Hello, everyone. Before we begin today, folks, let me just tell you, I love being a film enthusiast, critic, podcaster, writer, librarian. But a year ago, I decided that I just might retire from being a film critic when I turned 50. So, I started a newsletter called 5 Years that is all about my favorite songs and movies, and I write about them at length. I even chose to, kind of impulsively write a lengthy review of a film called Dream Scenario, which comes up later in the episode, and I also include interviews and new reviews as well. But it's no longer hosted at Substack. It's available now at 5years.beehive.com, and it's spelled BEEHIIV, and it's linked in the show notes, so follow me there. Also, be sure to visit the Now Playing Network for a show called 96 Greers, co-hosted by today's guest, Patrick Ripoll, as well as past episodes of a show called Supporting Characters, hosted by today's other guest, Bill Ackerman. Without further ado, may I present to you our favorite films of 2023, Spectacular.
Give me some spicy lemon pepper, extra crispy, extra wet. And don't forget the waffle fry.
You wanna be an MC? What the fuck you think it's the 93?
Welcome to that big league. This is y'all man sport. Fuck that hip hop and that old man flow. What an auto-tune that. Give a fuck about the trash. Cause all up with the scams. Catch up on man. Say ain't about the bars. Cause all up with the brands. Say ain't about the art. Cause all up with the brands. Give a fuck about the fans. Put the money in my hand. But about the new chain. Give a fuck about the
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Directors Club podcast. I am Jim Laskowski. This is the episode that you have all been waiting for, in which we don't talk about a specific director. No. We talk about many directors and the films they've made from the past year that we consider to be favorites. I'm not talking to myself. That would be ridiculous and cause for alarm. I have two guests that I consider to be personal favorite cinephiles and friends that have co-hosted the show in the past. First, let's welcome back the OG of DC, Patrick Ripoll.
Hi, how's it going? Former host of Directors Club, current host of 96 Greers on the Now Playing Network, where we cover every movie with Judy Greer in the cast. Thank you for having me, Jim.
That's a great podcast. I'm enjoying it immensely.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate your support.
And, of course, we also have the return of current guest host and supporting characters host, Mr. Bill Ackerman.
This is an annual tradition where I don't have internet in my house, so I'm in a basement in my parents' house in Rehoboth, Delaware. So I'm surrounded by notes, and I'm very stressed out and tired, and I hope that will make for great radio.
It probably will, but could you do it again, this time in the movie phone energy that I brought to the beginning of this podcast? I don't know what's wrong with me. Sometimes I just slip into movie phone. There's a certain degree of phoniness that I got to shake. Bill, before we were recording, you brought up this is only the second time we've all been together, but I feel like spiritually we have all been on this journey together for years and years and years now, and I'm happy to be on with you.
Yes, no, this is the only reason I agreed to do this is because I get to talk to both of you today. So.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. And the only reason I agreed to do this was to talk to the both of you today. Mm-hmm. Also, it's an obligation. I am a member of the Chicago Film Critics Association. I got a show that I care about new releases, and I do. Especially when towards the end of the year, because most of them get pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
What did you think of 2023, Patrick?
So this was the year that I got AMC A-List Plus, or whatever they call their little movie pass, where you get you pay a certain amount a month, and then you can get 3 tickets to any movie a week. So if you watch 3 movies in a month, you have paid off what you put into it. And that divorcing individual screenings with the cost of them led to me seeing a whole lot more this year. Usually I top out around oh yeah, I saw 48 movies from this year. Pretty good. This time I saw 90 movies. I was seeing all sorts of crazy stuff. And I've been pretty doom and gloom about the medium in general. I feel like that has been a common thread with me on this particular podcast for the past 5 years or whatever. But something else I did okay, so basically, like I look at film as a medium, and I look at the industry, and I look at the financial realities of it, and I look at sort of culturally where it stands, and I go, will film really exist in 30 years? That's like a thing I think about. Like when I am an old man, will film actually have any kind of relevancy whatsoever? But something else I did this year is I read this book called The Heat Will Kill You First, Life and Death on a Scorched Planet. Damn. And it's about global warming. And guess what? I am no longer anxious about the next 30 years of film.
I am feeling that more than ever myself.
You know what? It's actually totally fine, whatever happens with it. So I saw 90 movies this year. And I would say like about 60 of them I enjoyed on some level. Thanksgiving is not a good movie, but I'm sort of glad I saw it. You know what I mean?
I am too.
And so like just taking it on, let's just see a lot and sort of just enjoy ourselves and not worry about like the future and what does this mean that this movie made this much and this movie only made this much. Like just divorcing myself from that and just going to see whatever I'm interested in. I'm actually very up on 2023. I had a great time this year.
Just live in the moment, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I got to be more present in the present and consider our time together to be a gift because it is. And for the most part, I also agree that I don't think 2023 was a stellar, amazing, groundbreaking year by any stretch, but there were a number of movies that, I gave a favorable review to and would consider like, hey, this is quality stuff. So I'm pretty pleased with the year overall. I don't know if there were like outright, holy crap, life-changing masterpieces necessarily. There's certainly one that, stood out above all the rest for me personally, but no, I mean, it was a good year, and it was just exciting to see people excited about.
Are you talking about Barbenheimer?
Yes, that weekend.
It was exciting to see people going into a movie theater.
Yes. The new 400, which is no longer around.
That's true.
I went there, and it was nice to see everybody wearing pink and, everybody wearing a fedora. So, it was great. It was nice to see people excited.
Christopher Nolan, Greta Gerwig, Taylor Swift. We're bringing movies back.
Yeah, they all got together in a room, and that's what happened. They figured it out. They got in a meeting. Bill, what did you think of 2023?
Well, I think by the midway through the year, I was thinking that I just was not finding a lot of films that I really connected to. I got something similar to Patrick. I got the Regal, you pay like, I don't know, like $23 a month for unlimited movies or whatever. So I've been going to the movies without the same kind of cost barrier. And I saw a lot more movies that I didn't like than usual in the theater. Most of the New York Film Festival kind of left me indifferent. A lot of directors I like didn't make films this year. So I would say like about October, I was thinking, oh, am I going to even be able to do a list this year or do this podcast? But I think by the end of the year, I had found like, I saw like around 150 movies maybe. And I liked maybe like 70 of them. So I liked enough to make a list. And I mean, there's some things I felt like I wanted to give a shout out on a podcast that, maybe would help some people, hear about them. So, I mean, that was kind of an incentive. I don't know. It was a weird year. I mean, I feel like I saw a lot of things that reminded me of other films that I'd already seen. I think one thing I noticed that was kind of a weird trend was I noticed a lot of films that were shot on film, not really calling attention to itself. And then a lot of films shot on digital, manipulated to look like 35 millimeter in a way that was real obvious. And I thought it was like a weird, like, is this going to be the new black and white? Because like this is the year where you have Oppenheimer, Sick of Myself, Killers of the Flower Moon, Fallen Leaves, Asteroid City, all shot on 35 millimeter. Only Asteroid City really looks strikingly different from digital. But then you also have Eileen, May December, Priscilla, and the the Holdovers, all shot on digital but manipulated to look like 70s or were I guess 70s or like late 60s film stock. And I'm like, is this, I mean, it's not always a period setting. Sometimes it is, but like May December, like it's like not shot that way other than just because that's just the aesthetic Todd Haynes wants. And I'm thinking like, oh, that's interesting that this is going to be, I guess, a thing now. But it's weird to me that it's like not the films that are shot on film that remind me of this aesthetic so much.
Do you think the like false digital film grain is like distracting for you?
It's just odd. I mean, it only kind of bothered me when I saw May December at home, because I saw it at the film festival and I didn't really even think about it. But when I saw it at home, I really noticed it, because I think in between I realized that that's what they were doing. Like they were adding digital grain. I'm like, what? I mean, who is that for? Because I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I like that. I like films that look that way, but it's just strange. I mean, it feels like the new shooting in black and white to feel classy. Like these are the new Raging Bull Elephant Man kind of thing for art for this generation. I don't know, because how long has digital been the dominant medium for shooting mainstream film? It's been like what, 20 years?
Yeah, I would say like 15. I feel like 2007 is the year I always associate with where this changeover happened.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'd say like 15 or so would be my estimate for when digital became the predominant format.
Okay. Yeah, it's just interesting how it's evolving. But yeah, I mean, this is the year that you had the writers' strikes and the actors' strikes, and I mean, I think I went to the Barbenheimer double feature also, and I think that's, I don't know. I mean, it's nice to have. I mean, those. They're not on my list, but those are, I mean, maybe they're on your lists, but I mean, I thought that those were like interesting blockbusters. I mean, I'm not mad at either one of them being a phenomenon. Yeah. It's interesting to me that concert films came back, and not just Taylor Swift, but Beyonce, and actually even Stop Making Sense had a pretty successful year theatrically.
Yeah, the 4K restoration.
Yeah, and even The Last Waltz was in a lot of theaters this year for some reason. Maybe because the Talking Heads, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, a good year for slasher movies, I guess. I mean, there's a whole lot of them that came out. There, at least one on my list. I don't know if there's any on yours, but
I was thinking it was kind of a weak year for horror in general.
Well,
I mean, unless you count a couple of outliers that were very distinctive, especially early on. I was kind of, I mean, because I talked to somebody at work who's a big horror fan, and they sort of felt similarly. It's like, oh, it wasn't like last year where we had your Smile and Barbarian and all those things that sort of just tapped into a wider audience, I guess. But
well, the great thing about horror is there's at least 100 people that every horror film, like that's their favorite film, and this is their favorite year they're ever going to have. Is this year.
Sure. No, you're right about that. Yeah. I mean, there was some distinctive and good horror movies, but just.
Well, I mean, Patrick, I don't know if you agree with me on this also, but I feel like just like with time, I mean, horror is such a time capsule kind of genre that like it becomes easier to go back to films that were mediocre at the time, and then they become like these little, remember back when they made films like Valentine and whatever.
Absolutely.
Like,
if you go back now and watch those like 13 Ghosts and House on Haunted Hill remakes,
House of Wax,
the horrific CGI that ruined those movies back then, you look at it now and you're like, oh my gosh, this is like a Marilyn Manson music video. I love this shit.
Sure.
So it's like time will tell. I would say most of the really hyped horror movies of this year I found pretty disappointing. Talk to Me is not on my list. Where Evil Lurks is not on my list. We're doing top 25, and
yes,
that's so specifically not in my top 25. But I did enjoy them both. Some of the worst movies I saw though were the mainstream. I think maybe this is the year where mainstream horror, the sort of James Wan-ing of everything, is like finally just collapsing, and it's like no one has the stomach for Insidious, The Red Door, or The Nun 2, and all that shit. And I'm like, I'm a big Conjuring fan, but like I think that has run its course, and there's this. I don't know. I forget exactly who was being interviewed, but there was this like interview with someone about the atmosphere of like late 90s rap, where it was like the Puff Daddy flashy suits thing was starting to get kind of tired, but nothing had yet come and replaced it, and there was just this like feeling in the air that like something had to shift over and change, and it was like the summer that DMX happened, and all of a sudden it was like no, go really hardcore, go really raw, go really intense, like absolute opposite of Puff Daddy in so many ways. Like there's this feeling for me with the genre where it's like there needs to be a new paradigm shift to take over what is happening, because when even the like critically acclaimed A24 quote unquote, which I dispute the idea that A24 horror movies have a personality to them that is all their own, but they certainly have a marketing approach that is in unison. Like none of like the most acclaimed of those didn't really even hit very well for me. So I'm like, something exciting has to happen that then all of a sudden everyone can chase and we get something new. But I still enjoyed several of the horror films I saw this year. You know, even like Knock at the Cabin is probably a top 3 M. Night Shyamalan movie. It's a little disappointing in that it isn't quirky like an M. Night Shyamalan. It doesn't have all the idiosyncrasies that you would sort of want if you're that kind of auteurist or whatever. But like, just as like a really well shot, composed, extremely well acted kind of a thriller, like I feel like, yeah, that was a movie that kind of took me by surprise and I really enjoyed. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of opinions about him, and just listen to the newest episode of 96 Greers and you'll get to hear
There's
those
also
too.
an M. Night Shyamalan episode from like, I don't know how long ago now, from 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's a different world.
Yeah, it is. Totally different world.
Anyway,
Hi, we're going to talk about 2023.
Did anyone else have any like big picture looks at like 2023 and like feelings about what it was in a year? Because this was the year I stopped trying to do that, and I just sort of watched movies and sat down and, you know, got high and ate some popcorn and had a good time. So like,
that's how I'm approaching movies now. I'm trying not to overthink them, as like to the point of what does this all mean, and what is in context of where we're at as a society, and how does this art reflect this point in time. It's more of just, am I enjoying myself, or if am I getting something out of this in this moment, as opposed to thinking more deeply, which is probably going to be annoying because that's what people want from a podcast, as opposed to just me being like, I like this movie. The end.
I think you can keep your brain on watching individual movies without like worrying about the larger
picture.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that mostly. I think but it was also the one thing that came up this year that I probably messaged you about, and Bill too. And it's very strange because on the last Film Junk mail episode they had, somebody wrote in that wasn't me, that was complaining about Music Box audience behavior and the fact that they were laughing at everything in May, December. And I thought that was hilarious because that was my exact same experience. And so this was the year of me questioning, is this supposed to be funny? Because that happened to me a couple of times, particularly May, December, and The Killer. 2 movies where I was like, okay, everybody is saying that they're laughing at this. I don't think they're funny. So why? And then my experience of seeing May, December with a crowd, mostly laughing at everything, including things that I thought were horribly sad and tragic to, knowing what that character went through. But it was just something that I kept thinking about throughout the year, is like tone and what is a filmmaker's intention? Is he trying to make me laugh at this? And if I'm not laughing, that's bad, So it was just
I think
weird.
That kind of neurosis, you should just totally disengage and throw it in the side of the road and never look back.
It's hard though.
I'm
absorbing their energy in the movie theater.
I understand. I feel like theatrical experiences are like, you can't give nuanced reactions in a movie theater. Or you might be having nuanced reactions inside yourself, but if you are reacting to a movie in a way that the people around you are noticing, you are probably either gasping or laughing. You were probably either screaming because something scary happened, you're probably cheering because Captain America did a thing, or you're laughing because... And, people laugh because something is funny. People laugh because they're shocked.
Uncomfortable.
People laugh because they can't fucking believe what they're watching. Like,
true, that's true. There's a
lot of kinds of laughter that you sitting, 2 rows away, you can't distinguish what is actually happening there.
Yeah.
And I think it's the thing where it's like you read the reviews of like Roger Ebert, like when he reviewed like Last House, or I guess he liked Last House Alive. I Spit on Your Grave.
Yeah,
and he's like, these sickos that I was watching this movie with are the filth of the earth, and that's why this movie is and it's like you read that shit and you're like, oh, that's so lame. That dude was corny as hell. And it's like try to stifle the corniness in yourself when it comes to judging other people.
I should be able to separate
On
it.
the other hand, I'm the person who fucking hated watching Phantom Thread at the Music Box because everyone at the Music Box was laughing the entire movie. That movie's just not funny.
Is it a Music Box thing? Like, Wrigleyville people?
It happens at Metrograph in New York too. Huh. It's just a kind of, it's a certain kind of film audience that, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
there's a certain kind of theatrical...
They laugh their way through Possession.
Yeah. There's a certain kind of theatrical audience that will go and see a Shakespeare comedy and laugh. And they're not laughing because those are really funny plays. They're laughing because they want everyone to know that they get it. There's a certain sort of like, we're all clued in, but I have to be the most clued in, like person who we're discussing, the people in the row in front of you who are discussing what they just watched, but they have to be like extra loud so everyone can hear their brilliant opinions or whatever.
Yeah.
Like all that sort of stuff is just like, let people be corny and just like, I don't know, but also I have a vested interest in saying that because I am definitely the person who like will just be like, I remember when I saw The Lighthouse at the Music Box and I was the only motherfucker who was laughing through that whole thing.
Sure.
And I was a little bit self-conscious where I'm like, God, I hope people don't think I'm like doing this to prove a point or something. I just think this movie is extremely funny.
Oh yeah, you can't help but react. That happened with Killing of a Sacred Deer.
So I was laughing throughout Killing of a Sacred Deer. We talked about M. Night Shyamalan. I was laughing throughout The Happening. That audience who was watching The Happening in the multiplex, they were not laughing with me. They were glowering at me. And it's like I've been on the other side of that. So really it's just like give everyone the fucking space to react how they want to react. Just look at the movie.
Okay.
And honestly, like, don't even worry about what the director wants you to do, because fuck them too.
I mean, there's no way to know intent, really.
Right. If a movie's, a movie that's very funny is, Black Swan is a movie that's very funny. Darren Aronofsky does not take himself, Darren Aronofsky takes himself very seriously, and that's kind of why his movies are so funny. So, I don't know. But I find when I look at my list and I'm looking at the top 25 and especially the top 10, I am like definitely valuing movies that did challenging things with tone. So that's the other place I'm coming from with this, which is like, I like it. We'll talk about May, December. We'll talk about The Killer. Like, I like it when movies are sort of balancing two ideas that seem in conflict with each other at once. My number one movie of this year is all about tonal whiplash. So
I have a feeling I know what that is. I struggled.
So anyway, that's where I'm coming from with that stuff.
That makes sense. We can just start.
We probably should.
Yeah, I think we can. Hello, everybody. We're not doing subcategories and categories and all that fun stuff like we have in the past. Sorry if you missed those, but a lot of those things just sort of come up organically as we were talking about these movies in particular. First, we go through 25 through 11. We go through them a little bit more quickly, one by one, kind of monologue style. And then the top 10 favorites we tend to go on for a little bit longer and maybe have more of a conversation about. So we'll begin with Bill, then we'll go to me, and then Patrick. 25 through 11. Bill, you begin.
Okay, well, I don't have long notes on any of these, so I'm just going to give you very brief impressions of them.
For sure.
For 25, I'm going to go with one that I didn't even really know if I liked when I watched it, but I've not stopped thinking about it since the time that I saw it, which is a film called Where the Devil Roams. It's by a group of filmmakers called the Addams Family, which even that seemed a little bit too cute for me when I heard this. But it's about like this family of carnival performers. It honestly, what I would compare it to, and I don't know if this would be heretical to the fans of this film, it felt like the Rob Zombie films about the Firefly family. If you took out all the profanity, all the stunt casting, and all of the maybe like that kind of soundtrack, that he likes, so of like popular songs. Like it's like a very arty mannered take on that kind of territory, and it just is full of imagery that I just can't stop thinking about.
I might like that one then. If you're thinking all the things I don't like about Rob Zombie.
I don't know. It's got musical numbers. It's like that's one thing I was going to just say right at the outset. Like, I don't like talking about plots for movies very much.
I don't either.
Like spoiling things that, like I went into all of these cold, pretty much, the films that are on my list. So I don't really want to ruin too much of what wasn't ruined for me. But I would just say that it's like slightly more art house for a horror movie. I wouldn't say throw it on at a party if you want a scary movie, like put on Megan or something. But like, I don't know. It's just full of images that I haven't been able to shake off. So, but interesting film. But anyway, like, so for 24, I'll go with Rotting in the Sun. Sebastian Silva. It's about this kind of downbeat filmmaker guy who goes to a nude beach, and he meets this very bubbly social media personality kind of character, and a series of comic incidents ensue. I don't want to spoil any of it, but it was just one of those films. A few of these are just films where I just didn't know where they were going. I think Patrick and I once talked about this on supporting characters, how critics sometimes just maybe tend to overreact to surprise, like surprise more than anything else is something that I think and for whatever reason, like these are a lot of films that I just couldn't predict. And Rotting in the Sun was one I just did not see any of the changes from beat to beat coming. So it's one that was a nice surprise. 23, I have Poor Things from Yorgos Lanthimos. Probably one that I don't need to tell people what it is. And it's one I hated for like at least the first 25 minutes when it's like doing Dogtooth as an Amelie. Tim Burton take on that. I thought it was like so annoying. And then it just won me over. I think she's just so funny in it. I think it just goes in interesting places. I think all I knew going into it was that it was like a riff on the Frankenstein story with Emma Stone. I'm like, okay. And I like all of his other films. I don't know if I like this more than Killing the Sacred Deer or The Lobster, but I do really like it. I think she's great, and it might be my favorite thing she's done. And I tend to like Emma Stone. So, I'm happy that it's, having the splash that it is. When I saw it at the New York Film Festival, it was one of the few films that felt like, even when I was wrestling with it, it felt like a real big statement. And a lot of films that I saw just did not have that impact for me. 22, I have The Holdovers, Alexander Payne, which I really like, even though it reminds me a lot of Wonder Boys, which I think is way better. But I really like this for what it is. And it's one of those films that does the digital imitating film thing. It's one I wanted to rewatch before we sat down to do this, because I've only seen it the one time. But I did really like it. I like Alexander Payne as a director more often than not. I think he's just a good director and a good writer. Although I don't think this is one of his screenplays. But yeah, no, I like the atmosphere of it. I like the supporting cast in it a lot. I felt like by the time I saw it, I was so disappointed with so many films that just for it to be like a pretty good comedy drama, I think, which it just felt satisfying in the moment. And so I'm looking forward to seeing it again and seeing how it holds up on a second watch. 21, I have Hannah Haha by Joshua Pikovsky and Jordan Tadawuski. I don't know if I've ever said that aloud before. Hopefully I didn't butcher it. But this was one that Jim had turned me on to, and it's a kind of a low-key character study comedy drama about 24-year-old who just does not have ambition to move on with her life. She's working on her, like with her father, like on a farm, and is just kind of being pressured to like make a change by her kind of yuppie older brother. And it's just like a likable low-key indie film. I think the title initially threw me. I think I was just going to be a parody of mumblecore films because it's Hannah Takes the Stairs and Funny Haha, but or Francis Ha, but like no, it's just a nice little charming sleeper with likable characters. I feel like a lot of films on my list are just films I think are personal favorites. They're not masterpiece films that change culture, do interesting things with form. I would say this is probably like a 3.5 star movie, but it's one I really liked.
Yeah, same here.
20, I have Shortcomings, Randall Park. I think it's just a smart, kind of slightly biting romantic comedy. I think this was one I heard of because Patrick had put it on my radar, and I think it's just I found that kind of character when I had seen it before. I'd never seen an Asian American take on that story. It felt like very much like a post Woody Allen kind of walk and talk romantic comedy, like not like anything that reinvents anything in terms of the genre. But I felt like I just felt like it was smart and funny. Like, I mean, sometimes that's all I really need. What am I going up to? 11?
Yeah.
Okay. So 19, I have Earth Mama, Savannah Leaf. Just kind of this downbeat melodrama about a single mother who's lost 2 of her kids to the state, and she's probably going to lose the third one because she's just kind of barely getting by with this kind of menial job, and just it's about the situation that I think probably a lot of Black single mothers in like I think it was set in Oakland. I don't know, like there's like a lot of characters talking to the camera, like in like a meeting context, and so it's a little bit earnest, but I don't know. There's something about the tone of it I just found really kind of compelling, and it stuck with me. I don't know. There was another melodrama about Black motherhood. Was it 1,001 Years or something, or 1,001 Days? I seem to get a lot more attention in those lists, but I thought Earth Mama was the more. It's kind of maybe too subtle for a soap opera, but I think I sometimes prefer that kind of austere approach to melodrama. But yeah, so I really like that one. Passages, Ira Sachs, kind of a fun. Again, another melodrama. It's about a gay couple where one of them, Frank Rogowski, is kind of like this kind of incorrigible asshole kind of character, and he starts an affair with a woman, and it just, problems ensue. It's just sharp writing, good acting, just involving character film. I don't have a whole lot more to add on, but just one that I think about a lot, and I think about that character. So that's just one I put on the list. Turn Every Page, The Adventures of Robert Caro and Robert Gottlieb. Number 17, it's directed by Lizzie Gottlieb. Just engaging documentary about this author and his longtime editor. And it's just interesting insights into the writing process, the editing process, obsession with one topic as a writer, and a great New York film. And I am a sucker for that. So probably not reinventing the wheel with documentary form, but just one that I was kind of gripped with from beginning to end. I like the people, and I found it interesting as someone that writes on occasion, but not with the tenacity of the guy in this movie. 16, I have Blue Jean by Georgia Oakley. This is set in Thatcher era United Kingdom. It's about a gay phys ed teacher and how she kind of has to keep her private life secret, but then she has a student that kind of threatens to expose her. And this is at a time when there's a real homophobic crackdown on not only homosexuals, but homosexuals in education, so it's kind of like very topical in that it's, what are, these people of the LGBTQ community like teaching in schools, and like this is a political wedge issue. So it kind of ties it to now in some kind of loose way, but it's just, a really interesting character, a really interesting relationship, at the center of it. I would say that as an aside, I saw a lot of movies this year about adults and minors, and sometimes they're teachers, sometimes they're not, but a lot of explorations of what's an inappropriate adult to minor relationship. I don't know if this is like a tipping point, like in terms of our culture. I mean, one film that's probably not on any of our lists is that
about dry grasses. Oh, that one.
Well, no. What is that, like Sound of Freedom? That right wing indie movie. But isn't that about like child sex trafficking and how that's a real big issue that we have to be worried about?
Yeah, it's tied into QAnon adrenochrome kind of stuff. I believe.
Okay, yeah. So like that's coming from the right wing people, but then the left wing people have films like May December, and there's another one that's going to be on my list that deals with like these explorations of pedophilia, or I don't know if there's a different term for like adult and teenager versus child, but like dealing with like these kind of themes. About Dry Grasses came out this year. There's a couple of others. And there's things like The Teacher's Lounge also that aren't dealing with sex, but are dealing with adults and children getting uncomfortably intimate in terms of their dynamic. And I don't know, it's just an interesting kind of thing to come up, and I don't know where it's coming from, but it seems to be in a lot of films I saw this year. Yes. But Blue Jean is not really dealing with that so much as it's dealing with just homophobia, but just also trying to like live your life, but like in secret in the 80s. And I don't know, I thought it was interesting kind of snapshot. So that's my number 16. 15, I have Totally Killer. I don't know if I'm going to be able to say her name. Is it Natasha Khan? I might be missing a syllable, but I thought this was a lot of fun. I mean, I mentioned a bunch of slasher movies at the beginning of the show. This was, the year of, was it Scream 6 and Thanksgiving and It's a Wonderful Knife and Sick, I think was another one. It might be one other one I'm forgetting, but all like, for the most part, like I saw a lot of stuff in the post-Scream, a lot of chatty characters and, kind of quippy dialogue. So a lot of humor. This one is doing, I guess it's trying to do Back to the Future meets Scream, but it's really kind of more directly aligned with The Final Girls from a couple of years ago, because it's dealing with the mother-daughter dynamic, and also reminded me a lot of things like 13 Going on 30, but with like bloody kills. So it's a very weird kind of like, I mean, it is, a horror comedy, slasher comedy, but I thought it was like funny and likable and atmospheric, and it's got the Halloween setting. And I don't know, I was just really, I was really entertained by it. I feel like these kind of films kind of get taken for granted, but, I had to like throw at least one of these on there, and this was one that was a nice surprise. And so that's my number 15. 14, I feel like we'll probably talk about this later on the show, so I'll just say Falcon Lake by Charlotte LeBon. I thought was a really, I think I went into it expecting it to be like that Ghost Story movie from a couple of years ago. Like I was going into it, it's going to be this kind of cute ghost movie, because I think that's how the marketing kind of pitched it. And it's really just, I mean, borderline Eric Romer territory, really. It's like, it's, it's a, again, age gap relationships, but this one's a little bit less creepy. But it's, it's just, it's just a sweet, well-observed, summer of like, infatuation with it, between two young people. And I thought it was totally charming and atmospheric, and I was totally with it. And I'm sure this will come up again, so I won't go any further on it. 13, I have Happer's Comet. Another name I've never said aloud. Is it Tyler Teramina? This one is unusual. It's the same guy that made, if you ever saw a movie called Ham on Rye from a couple of years ago.
Oh, I've been meaning to see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think you might like his stuff, because the director he reminds me the most of, and I don't know if this is a comparison he gets a lot or not, is David Robert Mitchell.
Oh.
So Happer's Comet, it's only an hour long. And if I had to describe it, this is going to not do it any favors. If you could imagine the beginning of The Fog, where it's just like all the shots of the town, if you took the look of It Follows and applied that to that opening of The Fog, where like you're just seeing a location here. There's no one here. Now there's nothing over here. But you're seeing like empty spaces. And that's kind of what it's doing. So it's observing this town at night. It's not got spooky sounds or jump scares or creepy music. Like it's just, it's closer to like Edward Hopper territory. Like it's like you're watching this town and you're watching, like, what am I watching for? And I don't want to spoil where it goes, but it's like, it basically is closer to an experimental film in that there's not really a narrative and there's not really dialogue. It's kind of, you have to be patient with it, but if you're into that kind of slightly eerie small town, just observing spaces, observing characters like they're waiting for something but you don't know, I've seen it twice and I still don't quite understand it, but I find it really compelling. And it's something you can stream through was it Mubi or Fandor, one of those, but you can stream it and it's also out on Blu-ray. 12, I have Sick of Myself, which probably should be higher, but Christopher, is it Borgley? You've interviewed him. Is it Borgley?
Yeah, I think so.
You know, and he has 2 films that came out this year. I prefer his Ruben Östlund film to his Charlie Kaufman movie, but I like them both. But I thought this one just seemed darker to me in a way that I kind of responded to more. But I like Dream Scenario a lot, and I'm sure that's on your list. But no, this one, and it's funny because I was thinking about this. Like, this guy was born in '85, so he was 14 when Being John Malkovich and this whole Charlie Kaufman era even happened. So I was thinking about like how old I am as I'm watching his movie. But this one is about, it's a social satire, like about narcissism. It's just a relationship between 2 very narcissistic characters and appalling behavior. And it's one of those films like where you laugh because the people are so terrible and they ratchet up their behavior accordingly. And I don't want to spoil any of the jokes in it. It is a comedy, but yeah, early on, this was like my favorite film of the year, and I still could probably stand to put it higher. I really didn't think too much about the order of this list other than maybe the top 2. So yeah, Sick of Myself, I think is a really good film. And I don't know that, like, I think John Waters liked it. I mean, it's got some, attention, but I know that the Dream Scenario is a bigger film because of the English language and the movie star Nicolas Cage. But I think Sick of Myself is, for me, the more compelling of the 2. But I mean, they're both good. 11, I have Last Summer, Catherine Breillat, no relation to the Frank Perry movie. This one, I saw it so soon after May-December that I can't help but compare them. But this one, I find to be the more challenging film and maybe the more interesting film for me. It's the less accessible film. It's dealing with a woman that gets involved with a teenage boy. But Catherine Breillat is such a provocative filmmaker that, like, it really challenges your sympathies in a way that I think even May December doesn't do. It's just, I think it's coming out next year theatrically. I mean, this is maybe a bit of a cheat, but I think a few films I saw on a festival circuit in 2022, I left off my list when we did the last Directors Club like this, and then they kind of didn't get talked about. Like RMN was one that I regret not talking about more on the show last year. So I thought, I should mention this one because I don't know that this will get a big push. I think Criterion acquired it, but it'll probably come out through Janus Sideshow, so maybe it'll get some attention. But I thought this was a really perfectly realized film, very provocative, and it's probably not as much fun as May December. But for me, I thought this was the better of the 2 films that are like that story.
Oh,
isn't it my number 10? Well, okay.
Hold on there, partner. Hold your horses.
You can edit that out if you want to edit this.
No. Editing? What's that? I have no idea what he...
Oh, okay. Pump your brakes there. That's my Elvis impression. Jesus Christ.
That wasn't bad.
No,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I've had 15 hours of sleep in the past 3 days, and that's my Elvis impression, everybody.
I loved it. I'm going to go next, though, Patrick. I bet were you ready to go next?
You should go next, Jim.
Okay. Thank you, Bill, for that wonderful list. There are a lot of titles on there that I have to check out myself. So, great job.
I forgive you, little mama.
And it's funny because you mentioned during your description and thoughts on your number 11, you mentioned my number 25, which is May December by Todd Haynes, a movie that I'm shocked, just utterly shocked that I didn't love as much as most people seem to. But on a second viewing, I responded to it more favorably watching at home with my partner, and we had interesting conversations about it. I was surprised by her reaction to a couple of things in particular, and it really helped not to be surrounded by an audience laughing at everything, although there are very funny things in the movie. The performances are great. I'm not sure if I feel that it's like the best Todd Haynes movie since Safe. I think we'll be talking about it more with Patrick, I'm guessing. So I won't go into great detail as to why I still have some reservations and don't seem to embrace it entirely. But yeah, I still think it's well worth seeing, worth discussing. It's a great conversation stimulator with whoever you're around to watch it with at the time. It just didn't surprise me the way a lot of previous Todd Haynes films have. Then again, on the third viewing of Dark Waters, I ended up loving that more over time. So it's very possible this could happen with this one.
To be snarky and say it's very funny to me that you thought May December wasn't surprising when the previous movie he made was Dark Water, which is like the most straight down the middle movie Todd Haynes has ever made.
That's true, but there were some surprises in it, a little bit. Mm-hmm. But number 24, Sam Now, one of two documentaries on my list. I've discovered that one of my favorite writers, author and screenwriter, John Raymond, who works frequently with Kelly Reichardt, was a writing consultant on this documentary to sort of help the filmmaker, serve as like a guide as to the best way to approach this, because it's an intimate sort of autobiographical story about generational trauma that kind of starts out as a little mystery as to why a mother abandoned her sons. And one of them happens to be the filmmaker here. And along with his brother, they go in search of their mother. And what happens as a result of that search is pretty remarkable and moving. It's a kind of a film about seeking closure, but what happens when that might not even be possible? And at the same time, its approach to documentary storytelling reminded me a little bit of Ross McElwee, because the filmmaker himself is a huge part of this story, and it sort of evolves into something else later on. It's just a very sensitive and vulnerable movie that really got to me. I was very moved by Sam Now, which is 24. 23 is Skinamarink. Here's something that definitely surprised me. A horror film that could have been made by Michael Snow or Chantal Ackerman. It's just, it taps into something that I, like, as I'm watching it, I just flashed back all of a sudden to my time spent alone in a basement with my parents asleep upstairs and feeling very scared. And sometimes my parents would make strange sounds in their sleep, and I was worried about them. So I don't know. And I was watching whatever was on TV, and sometimes it would be something weird and disturbing. So this movie just infected me as I'm watching it. I just felt like even just watching it at home with the radiator clanking, I don't know. There was just something enveloping about this movie that I mean, I'm still thinking about it, and it still creeps into my subconscious in the ways that great horror films have. And I can't wait to watch it again. Number 22 is Robot Dreams. My favorite animated film of the year is a Spanish, mostly dialogue-free and very charming. As much as I really like the new Miyazaki, I was just surprised I didn't get as walloped by it emotionally. With this one, I was. It's a cute little story about a lonely dog and his robot that by the end, I would say has parallel themes to past lives. It's really surprising. It's another story about learning to let go and move on and move forward. And it has an amazing use of Earth, Wind & Fire's September, which is just, this movie for me was pure joy from beginning to end. And there are dreams in it. So that's a bias right there. Number 21 is Monster, Koreeda's amazing new film that kind of takes the Rashomon approach to storytelling, or even like what Tarantino does with The Heist and Jackie Brown. It kind of gives us three distinct perspectives surrounding one inciting incident, and we kind of just learn more throughout each story. Like there's layers upon layers through each story, and the more we stay with the characters, the more we learn about each of them. because initially in the first story we have judgments about one character, and then we get to know about that other character in the second story, and so it sort of creates this like domino effect of empathy that really just like, it really got to me as it went on, and I was openly weeping by the very end. It was just I want to explore more of this filmmaker's work, because every time I watch a Koreeda film, I'm pretty amazed by it. But and it's really just about a mother sort of just trying to figure out why her son is acting different and what results in that. 20 is Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. One of the early surprises of the year for me, because I didn't know if I was going to love it the way I loved this director's previous film, The Edge of 17. But hey, if you cast Rachel McAdams and Benny Safdie as parents, I'm all for it.
Are you a believer, Benny Safdie actor? You like his?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to another one of his movies that he's in. But anyway, we're mainly focused on Margaret, of course, but I think the filmmaker chose to also include the parents, particularly Rachel McAdams, and in a way that this movie felt like a warm hug, and also one of those movies where I can be like, hey mom, hey aunt, let's watch a movie together, and we can all enjoy it on the same way. So it's rare that can happen for me, where I'm basically like, this makes me feel like I'm watching The Wonder Years or something, and that's something I grew up loving. So every once in a while, just something mainstream breaks through, and I felt really amazed by this story and the way that she chose to approach it. Number 19 is Nobody's Hero. How do you say his name? Elaine Goulardi? Goulardi.
It's probably Goulardi.
I don't think that is at all.
He comes from Oxnard. Yeah, go on.
Mm-hmm.
It's Alain Guiraudie.
Guiraudie. Thank you, Bill. This is one of the more interesting filmmakers working today. I don't think he makes probably as many movies as we would like, but he's, the tonal balance, because he just finds the right rhythm between character-driven comedy, drama, awkwardness. I mean, it's a lot of things going on. Sociological commentary, French Islamophobia, and misplaced affection, of course, is here. He's kind of droll, but very distinctive, and like I just kind of get his approach to tension amongst different people with contrasting personalities, and I really love his approach to storytelling. And as things escalate through this movie, I just felt more and more like a sense of anxiety, but yet I was laughing more and more too. So Nobody's Hero is number 19. I hope people seek that out. It's available at your local library if you like. Number 18 is a movie called Red Rooms. This movie is a fascinating film out of Quebec, and it's about true crime obsession. It's about a woman who is fascinated with the criminal trial of a serial killer, and it starts off in a courtroom, but mainly focuses on this woman when she gets home in front of a computer, diving into the dark web, using Bitcoin, playing poker in chat rooms, all while trying to figure out if she can solve this mystery. And it becomes very Zodiac-like. She's just like so enveloped, and she makes a friendship with somebody who feels very differently about this case, and sort of we find out whether or not she's right, or what ultimately happened with this particular murder. And it's just an exercise in feeling very uneasy, and I don't know. It's a very compelling thriller. I hope people catch it. I think it comes out in February, or at least it'll be on VOD in some form. I highly recommend Red Rooms. Number 17 is Showing Up, the latest from another favorite filmmaker that I just mentioned earlier, Kelly Reichardt. Maybe a bit lower than expected, especially given that my favorite actress is the lead here, but I don't know. It's similar to Todd Haynes in that I just didn't feel a sense of surprise, but it's more of a comfort watch. Like I watched this just feeling like, oh, this is nice, and I'm enjoying my time with this very I don't know, like she's a very moody struggling artist that has trouble connecting with other people, but she is certainly able to express herself artistically, and that's exciting to watch, just her process and how she does it alone, and how the outside world seems to like impede on her a lot of the time, or she can't get things done like getting her hot water heater fixed through her landlord. Like little things like that just felt real and grounded in the ways that Kelly Reichardt does kind of effortlessly in all of her work. The ending is really beautiful. I love that. And the entire ensemble here is great. Plus we get a glimpse into the new Andre 3000 flute record because he plays the flute. It's really cute. Number 16 is Love Life, Japanese director Koji Fukakata. And it's just this really heartbreaking domestic drama that at times felt like, again, this name will come up probably a couple of times more, Eric Romer, but, a little bit of Drive My Car, but also just a really intense melodramatic moment that kind of just floored me and shocked me. And it happens during a family birthday party. And then it's about how the couple involved with this tragedy cope with the consequences. And the wife decides that maybe the best thing for her mental health is to help a particular deaf and homeless man that has a very personal tie that I won't give away. But it's just a really sublime, simple story about grief and struggling, told with a lot of heart without being sentimental. I just really got involved with that one. That's called Love Life. 15 has already been mentioned. The Holdovers, the latest from Alexander Payne, definitely a huge step up from his last couple of films, making it probably my favorite since Sideways, I would say. And he's going back to the kind of humanist stories that he does well. He's just a great assured writer, and it's wonderful to see him working with Paul Giamatti again. And yes, as we mentioned, the cast is uniformly strong. It's this cozy Christmas story with a lot of heart and well-observed character moments, and certainly a subplot involving the student's father really got to me. He's just really good at capturing fully realized flawed human beings in ways that feel real to me. Number 14 is Killers of the Flower Moon. You may have heard of it. It's by Scorsese, and it's epic. It's packed with a lot of things that we've come to expect from Scorsese. But of course, just the betrayal, the greed, the horrific nature of Leonardo DiCaprio's character here, and the fact that he's just a dumbass, and I just kept getting madder and madder as this whole thing went along. There's no denying his talents as a storyteller. The score, the performances, everything about it worked for me. People sort of harped on about, it's too long or whatever. I never felt disengaged by it. And then the final 10 minutes or so come up, and I thought it was like one of the more audacious ways for him to end a movie. So I wanted it to watch it again for a second time to see how I felt about it now that I know what I was in for and where it went. But right now it's at 14, Killers of the Flower Moon. Number 13 was also mentioned, Hannah Ha, a film that the more I think about it, the more I go, I want movies like these, more movies like these, please. I just like something this simple and just experiencing a 25-year-old living with her aging father in a small town, pulled into different directions by outside forces, including her older brother. And just it's just very, again, I use the word a lot, but grounded and compassionate, and just, a slice of life that feels like somebody we would all get to know in real life. And the lead performance by Hannah Lee Thompson is just wonderful. And it's a movie about how contentment can mean different things to different people, and sometimes we should just let people live the way they want to. Number 12 is The Zone of Interest, another movie that I wonder how I'm going to feel about once I watch it again. That's kind of a theme for a lot of these titles, is I want to watch them again, but the sheer discomfort I felt throughout, and it's Jonathan Glazer, his take on the act of killing, really. And it's, a lot of people know kind of what it's about Auschwitz, and how this couple are trying to build a normal life in a house that is really literally right next door to the camp, never really acknowledging the horrors that are going on. It's, again, incredibly well shot, astonishing sound design and score. It's just, I felt like I had to have a therapy session after this movie because of how much it got to me. And Jonathan Glazer is just a fascinating filmmaker. Number 11, is a film called Retrograde, not to be confused with a documentary of the same name that came out a couple years ago about the U.S. withdrawal in Afghanistan. This is something very different. It is a minimalist, almost mumblecore-like Canadian film. It's a little bit of, a slice of life character study, but about a woman who's kind of irritating and insufferable because she's, feels a sense of privilege. And it's just all about what happens after she receives a traffic violation ticket and what she decides to do to fight it. And there's no score, there's no soundtrack. This, you hear the hums of an office space, and it really just captures awkward tension as a result of feeling entitled or wanting to be right, and all the different little conflicts that ensue as a result of that feeling, just whether she's on the job, whether she's with friends or roommates. It sort of infects everything and everyone around her, that it's just oof, it really got to me. It's my kind of small, intimate story, very much like Hannah Ha. And the themes kind of tie in wonderfully to my favorite show of the year, The Curse, on Paramount Plus. So that's just a little plug for the show I loved this year so much, featuring Benny Safdie, Emma Stone, and Nathan Fielder. So that's number 11 is Retrograde. I hope people seek that out, and I'm glad you did, Bill.
Yeah, it'll come up again.
Oh, cool. All right, I'm done. Woo! Okay. Patrick, it's your turn.
Okay.
Do it.
And then just for the record, number one, apologies to all the names I'm about to mispronounce. Everyone deserves to have their name pronounced correctly, and I'm just not going to be able to achieve it.
Yeah, people are used to it.
Number two, I'm going off of when I was sort of accumulating lists of what are some things that came out this year. I was going off of, did it have a Chicago commercial release this year? So there are some of these films that I think are listed as 2022 or even 2021 movies, but they're first time I would have an opportunity to see them as someone who doesn't go to festivals or anything was when they played at the Gene Siskel in April or something like that. So I believe that is true of my first film, which is The Cow Who Sang a Song into the Future by Francisca Algeria. It's a Chilean film. I think something that I really disenchanted me about watching movies, certainly in since Trump was elected, but especially since COVID, is the feeling that everything I'm watching exists in an alternate reality where everything is still fine. And we are not, in fact, on the precipice of extinction. And I feel like I'm being gaslit when I watch movies like that. And it's I get it. You're making a romantic comedy. You don't necessarily need for the people who are pairing up to be but by the way, we shouldn't have children because all this is collapsing, right? And they're yes, agreed, no children. I understand why you don't mention it in all these movies, but at the same time, the absolute terror that most filmmakers seem to have at actually looking at the world as it exists for most people is very frustrating. And I was very impressed by The Cow Who Sang a Song into the Future and its ability to sort of look at climate change and look at a potential human extinction and sort of approach that with this amount of grace and the understanding that the future is not bright. There might in fact be nothing in the future, but before that happens, we as people still have opportunities to evolve and change and become better and to correct the mistakes that we make. And even if correcting those mistakes will not, for example, reverse climate change, then we can at least become better people than we were when we caused all of that. And it's a slightly surrealist, slightly queer, just kind of weird, vibey kind of movie. I really enjoyed the hell out of it. So my number 24 is The Holdovers by Alexander Payne. We did an episode of 96 Greers on The Descendants that was mostly built around reading critics' reviews at the time and wondering how the fuck anyone ever watched The Descendants and took it seriously because it was so terrible. And I love Citizen Ruth. I really like Election. There is a part of Alexander Payne's career that I was very enthusiastic about, and that all fell off a fucking cliff with The Descendants. And actually watching The Holdovers was kind of vindicating in a way because it is this sort of underhanded pitch. This is a fucking dramedy, I told my mom recently, I said, there's a new movie that's on Peacock right now. It's called The Holdovers. I think you'll like it. And guess what? My mom likes The Holdovers.
Yay.
And she doesn't like art. She's just not that person, but she really liked The Holdovers. And it's just, a good version of that instead of a shitty version of that. And it turns out you can make a good version of it. There's not a single surprise to be had in it, but it is just like thoroughly enjoyable and well made. And Paul Giamatti, I'm a bit of a skeptic of. I tend to not think he's very good, but I think he's quite good in The Holdovers.
Okay, good.
Hannah Ha is my number 23 by Jordan Tatuski and Joshua Pikovsky. Bill brought up a sort of apprehension at like, oh, is this going to be some sort of weird mumblecore parody with the title? I do think it is sort of like a post-mumblecore movie, but there is something like really interesting about a movie like this that does kind of feel like it does feel like it fell out of the early part of Andrew Bujalski's career.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
But is in fact shot on 70 millimeter. It's a very weird looking movie. You normally don't
it's very foggy.
This kind of movie normally does not have a distinct look, and I really enjoyed the look of this. I thought it sort of captured... There's something about the weird fogginess of it that captures how it feels to be in like a Midwestern small town to me. Also, my partner Reg used to run a blog called Panda Bear Shape. It's still available at pandabearshape.com. A lot of good essays on there. And they were essays about fat people in film and about how fat people are depicted and how filmmakers tell the audience that someone is fat and how they feel about it. And Hannah...
Lee Thompson.
What's that?
Hannah Lee Thompson.
Hannah Lee Thompson, but specifically Hannah, the character, is like, it's like, oh my God, someone actually sat down and made like a really great fucking fat character who is like, their size and their weight affects how people treat them and how people react to them and what their life is like, but they are still just like a full person and they're still able to experience like
they're not entirely defined by
exactly
that.
Like it's not a non-factor. It's not like, boy, no one mentions it in a way that in real life people actually are shitty or whatever. Like there's so much about the way that specific aspect of her character is depicted that is really interesting and impressive. And so that was fun to watch that next to Reg and have them sort of talk about all of the frustrating movies that came before Hannah Ha and how they failed to do the same thing.
Sure.
Let's see, what number is this? My number 22 is Oppenheimer by Christopher Nolan. I really, really liked this the first time I saw it. And then I saw it again. And I still really, really liked it. And then every subsequent day I thought about it, I'm like, wait, why did I like that again? And I look at this and the position it is on my list now, and I'm like, I think 22 might be way too high. I don't think this is a particularly good movie. Now, I'm someone who, I just like Christopher Nolan's thing. I like his vibe, but I kind of think he works best when he is divorced from having to like tell a story. Like I'm the kind of sicko who it's like, I'm probably going to watch Tenet more than I watch Oppenheimer. I kind of maybe think that a movie like Dunkirk is better than Oppenheimer as well, because they are more about the things he's good at, which is like the sensation and the largeness and the scale and the score and everything. But on the other hand, maybe if I sat down and watched Oppenheimer tomorrow, I would be like, oh, no. Actually, there's A, B, C, D, and E, and that's why that movie's good. I just can't remember it. But Oppenheimer's my number 22. Might deserve to be higher, might deserve to be lower. Who can say? My number 21 is Dix the Musical. In fact, there's a lot of things that it does that I think it's like, they fall into a lot of bad like musical comedy traps where they'll end a line, like they'll have a couplet, right? And the first line ends in truck. And then you're like, all right, I get what kind of movie this is. The next line's going to end in fuck. And then sure enough, it does. And it's not a shocking joke because you know how rhyming works. And like they fall into that trap a bunch. And Megan Thee Stallion has an absolutely fucking awful song in it. So like it's not like a across the board great movie, but I did find it pretty consistently funny. And there's a single scene in it that and it's again, Larry Charles, the director of Borat, directed this, and I could not fucking breathe. I was laughing so hard, and I don't want to spoil it. It involves Nathan Lane. He unfortunately has already spoiled it in appearances on talk shows and stuff like that for this movie. But if you don't know anything about the movie, just go into it, and I think you'll know the part when it happens because it's just so fucking insane, and I laugh so hard. So I wanted to acknowledge Dix the Musical for that. Number 20 is also a comedy, Barbie. I think Barbie does everything right, and the fact that it's not higher is due to the fact that it's a fucking commercial. It's a commercial. It's a toy commercial for Mattel, the way a Transformers movie is a Transformers commercial for Mattel or whoever owns the rights to those toys. It's like they trot out Rhea Perlman at the end to be like, did you know Barbie was invented by a woman? Whoa. She's kind of like the first girl boss, don't you think? And like all that shit is like corny as hell, and I do not like it, but it is really fucking funny. And I was so down on the prospect of this movie before it came out. I was like, no, Greta Gerwig, please don't do this. And the fact that I did not trust the screenwriters of Mistress America to like sit down and write a comedy that was very funny, like shame on me, because Barbie is very funny and I enjoyed it a lot, even though it's just a fucking toy commercial. And not just, but predominantly a fucking toy commercial. Number 19, slightly more interesting comedy, You Hurt My Feelings, directed by Nicole
Holofcener.
Holofcener. I really was disappointed by the third act of this. I thought the ending of it is just like the last 30 minutes of this movie is people sitting down and telling each other how they feel, which is like the worst fucking way to dramatize any story. And so like I was disappointed about where it ends up. But before that happens, it is such a really clear-eyed and nuanced and interesting look at the ways that lying is an essential part of being an adult. And there's so many specific interactions that are so subtle and interesting, and there's so much subtext going on, and I was really enjoying the hell out of it. I love the idea of making a movie about people who are in fact just shitty at their jobs, and it's not like, oh, they don't have the confidence, but maybe they can. It's like, no, he sucks. He's a bad
terrible
therapist. She's not a good writer. Like I think there is a certain bravery in just like saying you are going to follow characters who are mediocre. And like, we are going to make that a defining aspect of their character. I really enjoyed You Hurt My Feelings. Number 18 is The Killer. I just fucking love the vibe of this. I thought it was very funny. I thought Michael Fassbender is such a weird character. I love the constant recurring gag of his internal monologue being about what a cool, badass, cold, professional killer he is. And then the actual events of the movie is just him fucking up again and again and having to improvise his way out of another catastrophe. And like the dynamic between that, I found very consistently amusing. I think that one fight scene that happens in the guy's house is like one of the greatest fight scenes I've seen this year. And I've seen a bunch. It doesn't reinvent the wheel. It is still just like another fucking quirky hitman movie in many ways. And I think like by the end, it kind of goes maybe into Killing Them Softly territory, where it's like, really, this is about what it's like to live in corporate America and late capitalism. And I think
just like you.
And that sort of stuff I think is like a little more hackneyed, but a lot of the other material is just fucking delicious. And I really like The Killer. My number 17 is Everything Went Fine by Francois Ozon. Francois Ozon has been sort of a beloved international art house filmmaker for a while now, and I just haven't seen any of his fucking movies except for this one. So I can't really say like where this sits in his career. In fact, he has another movie that came out this year recently that I think has gotten more praise. I haven't seen that either, so I can't say. But Everything Went Fine is about Sophie Marceau. And she has a really fucking horrible father who was kind of emotionally abusive growing up. And he's just a dick. And he has a stroke. And he has decided that the quality of his life is such that he no longer wants to live. And he puts it on her to work out the arrangements for an assisted suicide. Ooh. And it is a very interesting dynamic the two have, because she loves him because he's her father. It's not like he beat her growing up or anything like that, but he is just passive aggressive and shitty through the whole process. And she's sort of like, look, we're going to have these conversations, but also you're going to keep doing your physical therapy and eventually you're going to get better. And lo and behold, he does get better. And it turns out it doesn't matter. He still wants to fucking die because he is just a miserable pile of shit. And the like navigate, it's a really thorny, dark, comedic, but also very moving sort of relationship they have. And I really, really love Sophie Marceau in this role. And I loved it felt like a sort of there are a lot of movies, again, like an Alexander Payne kind of dramedy, where it's like it's a prickly family, but at the end it's all heart and love. And it's like, this is a movie about what if at the center of everything there isn't all heart and love, but because you're still a family, you still have to go through those obligations anyway. And like, what does that mean emotionally? And so everything went fine, I think, is sort of a slept-on movie that I thought was fucking great.
I'll look into that one.
16 is Skinamarink. It is, in fact, just the most scared I have ever been in a movie theater. I had muscle cramps the next day because I was so fucking tense in my seat. Whatever, I'm like, I am someone who had already spent the year dialing into slow cinema. Like, I saw this as I was prepping for the Chiming Liang episode. And like, this is sort of like a slow cinema horror movie. And it is also just like the specific touchstones, nostalgically. It's like, yes, I think I am sort of exist in a similar era as this. There are just like little parts of the decor that I'm like, that's right. In 1993, every fucking home, all of my friends' homes had that little like plug-in light and stuff like that. I talked a lot about it on Genre Grinder. Me and host Gabe Powers did the 101 actual scariest movie moments countdown, and I'm very proud of those episodes. So go and watch, I believe, the fourth and final part of that countdown, and you'll hear me talk about Skinamarink in detail.
I recommend that immensely. It's great.
My number 15 is Theater Camp. It is not directed by Christopher Guest. It is, in fact, still the best Christopher Guest movie since Best in Show. I don't know how it plays to people who didn't do theater growing up as children, but I certainly did, and I worked at a children's theater later on, and I feel like the environments I was in were like maybe 1/10 as intense as these overachiever little, like, I don't even know what generation they'd be. They might be too young to be Zoomers, but like definitely super career-oriented children who take themselves extremely seriously as they do a lot of bad child acting. Fucking hysterical. I was dying laughing the entire time. I fucking love Theater Camp.
You and Eric Childress love this movie.
I mean,
a rare occasion that you agree.
That's true. I'm not in sync with Eric Childress, but I just thought everyone knocked it out of the park, and I thought it was so funny. My number 14 is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I had kind of a weird experience with it where I saw the previous Spider-Verse movie when it came out and not since. And I remembered zero plot from it because that's not a movie that I feel is defined by the story. It's defined by the visual style. And also, I was fucking stoned out of my mind when I saw this movie, and I had a transcendent psychedelic experience which I didn't really understand what was going on because I couldn't remember what the character dynamics were from the previous movie, and also I did not realize that this is going to be another one of those movies that sort of just like abruptly ends and doesn't actually conclude because they're setting up the next movie. So that was kind of disappointing, but like, as just a visual feast, it is more ambitious than Into the Spider-Verse. It is more interesting. It is so gorgeous. Apparently, that comes at a cost. Go ahead and read some articles about how the animators of this movie made the movie and what they went through. And again, like, please, animators, unionize. But at any rate, like, I had tears in my eyes during parts of this movie just because it was so fucking beautiful. So Across the Spider-Verse, I really loved. My number 13 is Falcon Lake. Really well observed, really beautiful, very touching coming of age story. Very interesting, nuanced look at like what a 3-year age gap means from 13 to 16 and what a 3-year age gap means from 16 to 19. And like its insight into that stuff is so fucking good. And the line it walks where it is it's not about like the tender, sweet love. It is about a fucking horny 13-year-old boy.
Oh, yeah.
And the way it is able to like have him gaze upon this 16-year-old girl, like honestly, and not sort of like shy away from the potential icky sexuality of like, we have a teenage actor. I'm sure she was overage. I don't know what the situation is there. But at any rate, like, I thought that line it walked was very interesting, and it was able to like have like a sort of full-throated libido while still being somewhat tasteful and was interesting. And then the sort of supernatural aspect, the way that was laced in, got more and more interesting as the movie went on. We'll hear more about Falcon Lake later.
Oh, yeah, you will.
My number 12 was, and I'm definitely going to mispronounce this, Bhagavanth Kesari, directed by Anil Ravipudi. So the most important thing that happened to me this year as far as film going goes is that I got into Indian cinema. And we'll talk more about another Indian film later on, but I just happened to go to my local multiplex, which, because it's a major city, they were always showing some mainstream Chinese or mainstream Indian film. Bhagavanth Vasari is not a Bollywood movie. There are, in fact, several film industries in India. It's in the language is Telugu, not Hindi, so it is a Tollywood movie, not a Bollywood movie. I am not the expert on Indian cinema who can like actually unpack all this shit for you. And in fact, I still haven't seen RRR. So I'm actually coming to all of this a year late. Everyone else already got into Indian action cinema last year, and I'm sort of getting there on a delay. But I embraced it wholeheartedly. I saw like 6 Indian action movies that came out this year, and I really liked them all. Bhagavanth Kesari sort of typifies what I find fascinating about these movies, which is it is so tonally abusive. I might even say it is about a cuddly, lovable Papa Bear who is also this like Nietzschean, superhuman, Superman, corrupt, dirty cop. It is like if Harvey Keitel Bad Lieutenant was also Christopher Reeves in Superman, and he murdered like 800 people in the name of feminism, but a very specific patriarchal vision of feminism. And it's also a movie that like stops dead for 6 minutes so he can deliver a monologue to an elementary school about what good touch and bad touch is. It has absolutely insane action sequences. Very violent, people just constantly getting mowed down. It's got that thing I came to associate with Indian action movies. Again, not an expert, so can't really speak to it in detail, but like a very loose reality in terms of the physics of how things happen and why. Very cartoonish, very silly, but also just like really aggressively nasty and gritty. I fucking loved this movie. This movie, I think it's on Prime. Yeah. The great thing about Indian cinema is they come out in theaters in America, and then a month later they are either on Netflix or Prime. So if you have both, you probably have access to like 20 really fascinating action movies. The thing I feel about this is like if it was the 90s and I was a teenager and my understanding of action movies was Steven Seagal movies, Sylvester Stallone movies, and like shit like that. And all of a sudden I went to the video store and the guy was like, hey, did you check this one out? It's called Once a Thief. Now it's subtitled, but I think you'll like it. And I put on a John Woo movie and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Now
happened to me.
Is Once a Thief the best Hong Kong action movie? No, probably not in the top 10. But if you are mostly only exposed to other movies that don't have the ambition and the imagination and the drive to like fully embrace melodrama and all of these things that definitely a Steven Seagal would find too corny or whatever. Like, so anyway, Bhagavanth Kesari is one of my favorite Indian films of the year. Insane. You should check it out. My number 11 is Killers of the Flower Moon by Martin Scorsese. I thought the opening was extremely interesting. The montage that sort of shows that like the first corruption that happens is not the white people who come to town, but it is in fact the Osage who buy into the lie of the American dream and buy into conspicuous consumption. I thought that was fascinating. And then there are 3 hours and 15 minutes of the exact movie I thought it was going to be. Yeah. And it's Martin Scorsese. It's immaculately constructed. It's very moving. There's several extremely good performances. There's like, a dozen memorable scenes, but it was just sort of like, the reason it's not higher on my list is it was exactly what I thought it was going to be. And like a lot of later Scorsese movies, it did so with like a little more repetitive than it needed to be. A little longer than it needed to be. And then the last 10 minutes of the movie I thought were also fucking incredible. I think it is extremely clear-eyed in terms of its vision of like the evil of capitalism and white supremacy and how those two are like the main forces that shaped the nation we live in. But it's not higher because like Bill mentioned earlier about like maybe over prioritizing being surprised. There was very little about this movie that surprised me.
Yeah, I would agree with that, actually. I agree with that assessment. Wow. My mind is just blown every time I hear from both you and Bill in just terms of all the movies I want to see, too. It's just so great. Before we move on, let's hear from Chloe Waryan, previous guest from the James Wan episode, and what she thinks are some of her favorite films of 2023.
Hello, this is Chloe from Chloe's Not Scared, where I write about horror movies and books on the internet. Follow me on Instagram if you want. I was on the October episode of Directors Club talking about James Wan, so thank you for having me back, guys. Without further ado, here are my best movies of 2023. Number 10 is Godzilla -1. Now, this was like a very bad year for horror movies, but Godzilla was great. Godzilla was the best Godzilla movie we've had in a really long time. And the best CGI in an action movie in a really long time. Marvel, if you're listening, take note. Number 9 is The Holdovers. I'm such a sucker for academia in the 70s, New England, private prep school. And I also watched this by myself, alone on Thanksgiving. And so it hit really close to home. So I really liked it. Number 8 is Priscilla. I firmly believe Sofia Coppola is the only living director that could have made this film. She was able to glamorize Graceland without glamorizing the abuse and neglect and loneliness that Priscilla Presley faced. And also they built Graceland for this. Like, I've been to Graceland. It looked exactly the same. I'm in awe. Number 7 is Asteroid City, a little begrudgingly. I'm not the biggest Wes Anderson fan. I like him, but he's not my favorite. But I have to admit that the stuff he's doing here seems self-aware. And I also just like the themes of performance and acting. I like movies about movies, basically, as a lot of movie fans do. Number 6, way too high on this list, and I'm sorry, Jim. It's Saltburn. Okay, hear me out. I agree with all the criticisms of this movie. Does it have the best message? Absolutely not. Is it interesting in any way? Kinda. But mostly it's just pretty. It's nice to look at. It's nice to hang out in. It reminded me of a Ken Russell movie, like A Bisexual Fever Dream. It reminded me of The Secret History, which is one of my favorite books. And I was also their age in 2006, so it was like, oh, we're going back there. Okay, MGMT. Let's rock. Number 5 is Anatomy of a Fall. It is another bisexual dream, or rather nightmare, and it is not as fun. It does have great needle drops, though, specifically that one song, The Steel Drums, and 50 Cent, I think, and a great dog performance. Number 4 for me is Barbie. I love Greta Gerwig. I love Lady Bird. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. But I didn't like Barbie at first. I really wanted it to be more radical in its feminism. But then I watched it again and I was like, I see the Singing in the Rain homages. I see, the dream ballet. The practical effects are all beautiful. So I don't know. That's what really made the film for me. It's really, really impressive if you focus on the practical effects. Number 3 is Boy and the Heron. What is there to say that hasn't already been said about Miyazaki? It's a beautiful movie. He is my favorite director. He didn't really do a lot of explaining the plot in this one, which I liked. It gives, agency to the audience. And it just seems like a great final film from him. Number 2 is Past Lives. Celine Song. I can't believe this is your debut. I love movies that are made by playwrights. I think they tend to be more character driven. And this is really just a movie about two people talking. And it's really interesting and emotional. I cried. You'll definitely cry. But number 1 for me is Oppenheimer. Cillian Murphy just nailed it. He nailed this performance. I love Christopher Nolan, but I love silly Christopher Nolan. I went to Tenet opening weekend in a face shield, but Oppenheimer is so good, and it's gonna win Best Picture. And it's another one of those films where it's the auteurs are doing their thing, and I'm not sure if it's on purpose or not, but everything clicked into place, and it is awesome. It's just a great movie. I think it's fitting that Oppie and Godzilla are both on this list. Definitely see them as a double feature. It's very thought-provoking. And that's my list. Again, I am Chloe. Thank you so much.
Oh boy, here we are at the top 10 films of 2023. Patrick, you get to go first this time.
Sure thing. My number 10 is Nobody's Hero, directed by Alain Guillardet, or however we decided we pronounce it. It's Goulardi. It's Goulardi. He stays sick. Staying Vertical is like easily one of my favorite comedies of the past 10 years. I absolutely adore his loopy sensibility and his surrealism and his sort of storytelling method where just things keep catastrophizing and spiraling out of control, and the movie keeps sort of unfolding and revealing new wrinkles and layers, and like the reality you keep questioning. This is a movie I watched a long time ago, and I honestly remember very few details of it, but it is more of that really pleasant loopy energy. I think it is like, I really appreciate how daring it is in terms of just like being willing to like look Islamophobia in the face and not in like it doesn't feel like a weak liberal kind of like, oh, of course all people, they're all good. They're all good people. There's no bad people who are Islam. There's no bad Muslims. They're all good Muslims. And anyone who like, it acknowledges that it's like, actually we live in a tense and complicated world. But like, it's sort of provocative. Like it wants to make you the presumed sort of leftist art house audience member. It wants to make you uncomfortable and like figure out where you agree and disagree. And like, as a comedy of manners, there's it's not a realistic comedy of manners. It's sort of like a turbocharged insane comedy of manners. But like, but it is that awkward humor where like, people do absurd things because they are too afraid to do the thing they want to do because they don't know how it's going to come across socially. And the sort of central dynamic of the whole thing where this guy is absolutely madly in love with this sex worker and her ridiculous attempts to keep leaving her husband for him. Just, it's so funny. And so Nobody's Hero. I don't have a lot. Again, saw this a long time ago, and a lot of the details left my brain, but I really like Nobody's Hero and this director's work in general.
Yeah, it sort of escalates into like a farce.
Yeah.
At some point, that's just really entertaining. Yeah. Wait, actually, I'll go next, right? Yeah, I'll go next with number 10. My number 10 happens to be a little film called Oppenheimer. I don't know if anybody's heard of it. It's a little indie film from an unknown director named Christopher Nolan. I was very entertained by this movie and enthralled throughout the entire running time. I was, is it possible to when a movie's over to feel exhausted and invigorated at the same time? That's kind of how I approach a lot of his work, where I'm just kind of like floored by his storytelling technique in terms of the editing and the time displacement. And he does less of that. I agree. It's not like Tenet. It's not like Dunkirk, but it's still like just so controlled and really engaging in how he tells his story here. I think I just always drawn to his editing, and a lot of people complain about the score as being too enveloping and too consistent throughout the whole thing. But I think to me it feels like it's orchestrated like a symphony in ways. I get a sense of like he's a very musical director in that sense.
It's a movie about chain reactions, and in a very operatic way, it wants the smallest thing to be the same. Like in a fractal, it wants the smallest part of the movie to be the same shape as the largest part of the movie,
and it all flows.
And so, like that operatic approach with the score, just sort of on the entire thing, and it being conducted and going back and forth in time and stuff. In that sort of Dunkirk editing philosophy, it all fits.
It made me think of JFK.
This would be a very boring movie if it was more traditional.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I loved about it, is that it doesn't take a traditional approach to telling a story of a character who's clearly conflicted and yet wants to embrace his talent and his intelligence and have it be appreciated. It's just it's funny when I think of him coming up with his theories and his ideas being so well thought and engineered. I think of Christopher Nolan figuring out how to put all this together, like put all these pieces together in a way that I just find like invigorating. I mean, there's a line of dialogue later in the film during a meeting with everybody where a politician says, "Oh, we can't bomb there. My family vacations there." And I felt like that just sums up how those in power think and control situations like this and just make horrible decisions based on their own, thoughts and feelings and desires. And it's just like, I think about the Trinity test and I get goosebumps. I mean, I will say, like, the big strike against it for it not being like maybe in my top 5 or whatever really is similar to what I've been talking about, because it's unintentionally funny is that moment with Florence Pugh in the meeting room writing him, and the whole audience just broke into laughter at that. And I thought that was very strange and not something I'm used to seeing from Christopher Nolan, like that sort of break in reality, like that. It was almost like a surreal touch that you would see something like in The Master, right? But it just didn't feel like it belonged. I don't think it like bothered me to the point of like, oh, I don't think this movie is that great. It was just like one moment that felt really jarring to me. Did you feel that way at all?
I think Christopher Nolan is kind of unsuited to tackle sexuality in any form.
I thought so too. Yeah, I feel like he's a sexless person.
I find the philandering aspect of Oppenheimer to be like one of the least compelling parts of the movie.
Yeah, it felt underwritten, and I don't know if Florence Pugh's character was well done, even if she's always good. I don't know. I'm kind of a Nolan fanboy.
Yeah.
I really do embrace a lot of his work, and I understand when people don't connect with it. I get kind of overwhelmed when I'm watching his movies in ways that are refreshing, because I normally don't respond to big escapist blockbuster entertainment. I certainly don't care about Marvel movies or comic book movies normally. So this is like me getting excited about that. Like if a Christopher Nolan movie comes out, I know I'm going to be there front and center, and I'm probably going to be really thrilled by it, even if I had a complete disconnect with Tenet. So yeah, this is just, I mean, I love the ensemble here. Like almost every character actor imaginable has a really good scene. It's nice to see like Macon Blair in that hearing room. There's just like a lot of nice touches. David Krumholtz is really good. I don't know. I can't remember like specific details because it feels like a movie that just like flows into me, and then I don't know if I can like say, well, this specific thing and that specific thing I loved about it. I think it's a matter of just loving it as a whole.
I think when I talked earlier about like, I can't remember why I like it, I think you've actually touched upon it, which is if I look at any one aspect of the movie, I kind of feel like Christopher Nolan always has been limited. Like he never swims very far away from Hack Island. He can't like abandon the thing where it's like, character says a thing but words it in a very specific way that no human being would word it, and then someone's like, well, what do you mean? And it's like, I'm gonna say the same thing again, but then I flip 2 of the words, like that kind of like hacky screenwriting thing. Like those are like, when I focus in on like what are the parts of the movie that exist, it's like all that Robert Downey Jr. stuff, a lot of that is like really hacky screenwriting stuff where it's just like people shouting like exposition at each other or whatever.
Matt Damon screaming like, this is the most important thing in the history of the but I get it.
But the way it all flows together is the movie. It is the sensation of the sweep of history is much more important than any actual individual thing that happens in it. And it's like Christopher Nolan's ability to give you that sensation is the actual strength he has. Right. He's not a particularly deep person in terms of like screenwriting. I don't think he is like a big ideas man, and I don't think he is like a politically astute person who can look at a very thorny character in history and like nail them down in an interesting way. I think like politically this movie is like kind of a softball,
more or less.
But that sensation of the way everything goes together is the movie.
Right. No, I agree. It's really great. I mean, if it wins things, I'm not going to be like, oh, that was such a safe choice. I don't know. I'll be happy if Oppenheimer goes all the way. Like I wonder how I will feel.
Don't forget the Oscars.
I know. Okay, sorry. I won't talk about awards. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
All right, sorry.
It's all right. What is Bill's number 10 of the year?
Well, I'll just say,
talk
as someone
about
that has
Oppenheimer.
I've never really been a Christopher Nolan fan, but I thought that this one was my favorite of his since Memento. I think I haven't seen Tenet yet. I want to. I've seen all of his. I like the idea of Christopher Nolan. Like I'm not. Like I like the idea of smart spectacle entertainment for grown-ups. Like I have no problem with him. I don't really tend to connect to his work generally. And this one I do like more. I think it's odd because I feel like almost the entire thing is edited like a trailer. Like there's almost like nothing ever breathes for more than like a minute in it. Like every scene is so short that it feels like almost distracting to me. But I feel like that's how you tell this kind of historical 3-hour epic to people that have no attention spans, is just make every scene short and punchy and just do the entire film that way with like maybe 2 exceptions for like
the Trinity
atomic
test.
war. Yeah. Or atomic, explosions. But and I actually enjoy the Florence Pugh stuff more than I think you do. I think I just find that, I just thought it was like fun bantery stuff. I thought that the sex scene in the hearing or whatever just felt like bizarre and like almost like a latter-day Cronenberg kind of image. And I thought like, I don't know, I think because I hear so much about people getting upset with sex scenes in movies now that I thought the idea of putting a sex scene where there's really no logical reason to put it struck me as really funny. I mean,
that's why people laughed. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't laughing out loud at it, but I just thought it was like a peculiar. It was kind of like how I felt about like the extended musical numbers in Barbie. Like I'm like, well, I don't really care about this, but I'm like, I appreciate the bravado of just going for it, and it felt like, that was probably not something that like tested in studio notes. It's probably something he had to force through, but I think that makes it more interesting to have something that quirky in a film. I guess I was just taken
aback because I'm not used to Nolan doing something like that, and not that I found it like entirely bad, like a bad choice. It was just like, what? More like
I don't know if it works, but I just thought it was I don't know. And I do like that Cillian Murphy dresses like Bowie in Man Who Fell to Earth, which is a film I love.
Excellent.
So
do you like that Cillian Murphy's Oppenheimer voice just sounds like him doing a Robin Williams impression?
Yes.
Okay, good. I love that.
Yeah.
Have any of you noticed that the Oppenheimer voice Cillian Murphy's using sounds suspiciously like Robin Williams? It's kind of like if we drop a bomb, everyone's going to go, wow, people are dead.
Yeah, I mean, if it will probably, win awards, but we don't have to talk about that side of it. 10 for my list is, as you may know, is Priscilla from Sofia Coppola. I thought this was the best thing she's done, really, maybe since Virgin Suicides, and maybe as good, although it's not as much pleasure to it because that has all of the joys of the 70s music and like it feels like comes from her adolescence in a way. This feels like just a story she's like well positioned to tell, as like someone that like knows the world of rock star and the world of being a rock star's wife, the world of like just growing up too fast, but because of the kind of culture you're surrounded by. I realized this year that I'm increasingly out of touch when it comes to movie stars. And this is one of those films where I didn't know anyone in it, which is kind of, and they're not the only film on my list that is like that, which is kind of fun because I just don't have any baggage with any of these people that I'm seeing. So it just feels like a cast of unknowns starring in a big budget movie to me.
Sure, yeah. Makes sense.
But I thought, and again, this is another one that deals with like that, creepy adult minor dynamic that, I think I saw it in the same clump of weeks as I saw May, December and last summer. And I think seeing them all, kind of close together made me really think, oh, this is a thing that's happening in movies now where we're dealing with this in different ways. But I think I was surprised this wasn't a bigger film. I think maybe it's too austere. Maybe it takes down a hero that people don't want to take down, especially like a year after the Baz
That's the
Luhrmann
case
film.
for my mom. She didn't like this because of that.
Yeah.
Refuses to take Elvis off the pedestal.
Yeah, and that surprises me, but I mean, whatever. Like, I thought it was interesting how Sofia Coppola uses space to like make Elvis Presley look just so much more gigantic than Priscilla. Like the way his hand, like the way his form just seems to dwarf her. I thought was like, without any dialogue ever really commenting in a tut-tut kind of way about the age gap. I mean, a few people acknowledge it, but it's for the most part, it's just an accepted part of it. But like, it's the way it's handled visually to make it seem strange, I thought was an interesting way to tell that story. And I thought, yeah, I mean, it just helped me like from beginning to end as far as like just her mastery of storytelling. And it's like, feels like a film that was like made with like less resources than you'd think, given that subject matter and given like her track record. And no, it feels like kind of a passion project in a way. And I thought it was, it wasn't like not like a surprise, but I mean, I think after The Begotten and that Bill Murray comedy and even Somewhere and The Bling Ring and all these films that she's done over these, I thought this was like so much far advanced over anything she's done since the very beginning of her career. And so I always check out her stuff, but this is the best thing for me in a long time. And so that's my number 10.
I actually agree. I think it is her best film since The Virgin Suicides. It's number 26 on my list.
And it's number 9 for me. My number 9 is Priscilla.
Way to go.
The last time I talked about Sofia Coppola on this podcast, we were discussing Somewhere. And in the meantime, two important things have happened. One, I hadn't seen Virgin Suicides at the time. That movie's fucking incredible. I love The Virgin Suicides, and it totally changed my like dismissive attitude towards Sofia Coppola. And I always knew Sofia Coppola is a very talented filmmaker. What she doesn't often do for me is find material where those talents are well utilized in a story I give a fuck about. Like I think there's value in someone who has like observed lived experience with privilege and who can depict all the nuances of that. But the way you don't do that is Somewhere or Lost in Translation. Like, I don't think these are very good movies. And so I sort of wrote Sofia Coppola off as like, when she approaches material that is sort of divorced from that, even if it doesn't feel as vital, I at least like can appreciate that it's like a well-shot, tasteful thing. Like I enjoyed The Begotten just because it is just like she has a good eye and she makes beautiful movies and it's fine. And it's like it's a very good-looking version of the thing it is, which is fine. Priscilla is like a massively compelling context for all of her talents. Like everything that she is good at, everything that she has lived and experienced and how she puts her own life into these stories like pays off massive dividends here in a way that it really doesn't anywhere else. And like, I think that was a really interesting point you made, Bill, about like how it feels like it is made for a lower budget than you would expect a movie like this to be. And like that to me is, there is part of the way you get inside of Priscilla Presley's shoes is there is a stifling nature to the idea of an Elvis movie that is mostly shot in the same 3 fucking rooms in the same house. And even if it's a mansion on Graceland, like it's still the same 3 fucking rooms in that same house. And you really feel antsy the way she does, because what you want to do is go traveling around with a rock star and see all the rock star stuff.
Well, watch the Baz Luhrmann version of that if you want.
I don't
need to see it.
I watched the first 90 minutes of that movie and I called it quits. But
yeah, good choice.
At any rate, like I thought it was very funny in addition to being like, it's obviously like it's very easy for modern audiences to point at that relationship and go, someone abusing their power, the grooming. There's all these things that it's like very clear that it's we can all shake our heads and wag our finger and then she leaves and we feel better because she's no longer Elvis's wife, and like that it's a very easy story to tell in some ways in a modern approved moral way. But I think the way that she consistently finds ways to make it extremely funny is like when he is leading his little Bible lessons with his little cult of blondes. Like that shit is so funny to me. Yeah. They're like there's just so many bits and pieces here and there. I love that the Memphis Mafia to me is like, I know for a fact that she took her experiences like sort of tagging along with the Jackass crew and like put it into the Memphis Mafia. Like it's like this is someone who was married to Spike Jonze and had to endure more of Steve-O than anyone should have to. And like you get that vibe in this, and like, you know, she has great taste in music and the musical choices are all good and stuff like that. And yeah, I just think it's like perfect material for her talents. It's the kind of lightning in a bottle that's like, for my taste, as someone who is not a Sofia Coppola fan, like I'm not looking at this and being like, it looks like she's really turned her career around, and I'm very excited for the next Sofia Coppola movie. Like I'm probably not going to like the next one the same way I don't like most of them, or the way I think they're just fine or whatever. But this particular movie just absolutely hits on all levels, and it really surprised me, especially, and I wanted to give her credit, because the last time I was on this podcast talking about her, I was a lot more dismissive. So yeah, I fucking love Priscilla.
I do too. And nice use of "I Will Always Love You" at the very end. It really is a great touch, because I guess Dolly Parton said, you can't cover this song, Elvis. She actually, because he wanted to cover this song. He loved that song so much, but she refused to let him do it. I know that Colonel Tom Parker was like really insistent, and she just said, "Nope, I am not giving you permission to cover that song." So I thought it was a really interesting touch for Sofia Coppola to decide like, hey, we're going to play the song here at the end as she's driving off. It's a really, really interesting choice on her part. But, and the actress that played Priscilla is tremendous in this. I think she was in an Alex Garland thing that I've seen. I think, like his miniseries Devs is where I've seen her before, and she's really, really great in this. As the gentleman that played Elvis, who is also in a movie I didn't like, Saltburn. So, yeah, no, they were great. I mean, I echo everything both of you have said about this movie, and I have been a Sofia Coppola fan for a very long time. So, I was floored by this movie, and in all the right ways, and all the ways that you both have mentioned. So, it's my turn, right?
Number 9.
Number 9. It's a film called The Teacher's Lounge, and I think it'll be opening up at the Music Box, Patrick. I highly recommend it if you want to feel anxiety.
I do want to feel anxiety.
For
Thank
about
you,
100
Jim.
minutes for a sustained period of time. Is this out of Germany? Am I right, Bill? I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's German.
I think if you've ever, and you've taught, you mentioned to me, you just mentioned on this podcast, Patrick, that you've taught theater to children before.
Improv, but at a children's theater. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. That's, yeah. I can see your connection to theater camp for that, for sure. But this is also a story about teaching that I think will resonate with you. If you've like ever second guessed a choice that you made or something that you've said to another person, and how you're very weary of that. Like you're overthinking it when you get home. Like, did I say the right thing? Did I do the right thing? Did I create a domino effect that's going to lead to a lot of tension the next day? And in some ways, this story is like a little bit of a Safdie Brothers movie or something by the Dardennes, in that it just like pits these desperate people trying to stand their ground and all come from a different place while doing it. But it's really, again, similar to what I talked about with Monster, is that it's about one inciting incident. And in this case, it's a teacher who decides to call someone out for possible theft. And we don't know for sure if it happened or not. She's convinced it is. And it becomes a bigger issue the more people get involved with trying to figure out what happened, how it happened. There's video footage, but we don't see the face of the person. So it's, part a little bit of a mystery, but more about character dynamics. And how like, the principal has a different idea and how it's going to affect the school, the child's parents, the child themselves, and the school newspaper. It's just like all these people start getting involved because it spreads like a virus, just like what happened and why did it happen. And it's just like a really sort of, just like I get nervous even just thinking about what this teacher goes through, because I've been in this situation in a different way. Like I said something to a child and, oh no, they're going to take it out of context or whatever. But this is more about like just the fact that sometimes maybe you should just let something go, or sometimes if you got to be prepared for what's about to happen, and nobody can be prepared because you don't know what is going to happen. The performance here by Leona Benesh is so layered and internal and interesting. She's just a 7th grade teacher who is pulled into a very tense like conference with other staff and other parents and other students, and you just feel the tension in that room. It's very claustrophobic. It all takes place within one school. It is I thought of it as like this microcosm of miscommunication that's taken place in the school system itself. And yet I think people can relate to this in any workplace, in any setting, if you've ever had one of these moments of doing something or saying something or calling somebody out, and then you have to deal with what happens as a result of that. But it's also just really well observed about what teachers experience with students in different ways. So again, and another movie I'll talk about soon, the lack of knowing, some part of me was like put off by not knowing, but I think that's also the point, because it's a movie about like a lack of closure on certain things. And in reality, we're not going to have closure in a lot of situations. So we have to come to terms with that. But yeah, just everything about this movie really got to me. And I really hope people seek it out. It's The Teacher's Lounge, which you also saw, Bill, correct?
Yeah, no, I thought it was great.
Yeah.
It's, it would be a runner-up for me, but yeah, no, it's very much worth your time.
Agreed. So let's move on.
Who goes next, Patrick or me?
I forget.
You're number 9, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay. So my number 9 is Winter Boy. It's Christophe Honoré. It's it's kind of it's this story of a melodramatic teenage boy. He's kind of precocious. He's kind of self-centered. He's very horny, very self-destructive, and he has to contend with a real family tragedy. And so it kind of tests him, and he ultimately gets sent to Paris to stay with his older brother, and problems ensue. It's just one of those melodramas that unfolds in a way that I just found quite compelling. I mean, that character, he's a brat at times, so it's maybe not a film everyone's going to love. I think I just like certain kind of, atmospheric French art house dramas, very sexual film. The director had made a film a couple of years ago called Sorry Angel. That's one of my favorite recent European films. And so this was something I sought out because of that film. I don't know too many of his other films, but based on these two, I feel like I need to catch up finally on his other works. But this one, I've seen it twice, and I thought it was just a really compelling story. Not like a major work of art, like I'd probably say like it's a 3.5-star movie, but just one that I really found compelling. So
I'll seek that out for sure.
Out there. Yeah.
Oh, Juliette Binoche, right? Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, Juliette Binoche plays the mother in it.
Okay.
But it's not really a Juliette Binoche vehicle. If you're checking it out for her, it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, I probably would put it in the ballpark of things like Mia Hansen-Løve and Olivier Assayas, like that kind of, middle-brow art house drama, maybe a little bit sexier than those filmmakers, but quite good, and one that I don't really hear people talk about, so that probably makes me more likely to stick up for it in a list context.
My number 8 is Godzilla -1 by
Excellent
Takashi Yamazaki. When I think about like the really great Godzilla movies, for me, and I haven't necessarily seen them all, especially once you get into the 80s and 90s and stuff. I'm very unfamiliar, so this is an incomplete list. But for me, the great Godzilla movies are the original Godzilla vs. Hedorah, Shin Godzilla, and this. And the thing that they all have in common is that they tie the kaiju aspect into a very specific cultural anxiety. And I think that the original film, Godzilla vs. Hedorah, and Shin Godzilla all do this in a more interesting way. I think those are all thornier movies. I think those are all movies that are acknowledging true darkness and a sense of pessimism and hopelessness. That is not the case with Godzilla Minus One. Godzilla Minus One is just the most entertaining, big, like Roland Emmerich style, fucking swing for the fences, broad, like Hollywood styled mainstream spectacle movie. It's just the best one of those I've seen in forever. And I really like the idea of following up Shin Godzilla with something that's sort of its polar opposite. Like Shin Godzilla in its editing style and its like relentless proceduralism is like, for a kaiju movie, almost experimental. And like its vision of Godzilla as this like goofy-eyed kind of shape-shifting blob is just, it takes a lot of bold choices. And like that's an intellectual movie, and that is a movie about montage, and that is a movie about systems, and that is a movie about like true dread. And this is a movie that is like all about sentiment and feeling and like sort of family ties, and like let's all look at a collective national shame and redeem it on screen, which is like so many fucking movies. And again, it's like Hollywood, like you can look at like all sorts of movies in the 70s that are about filmmakers being like, what if we did Vietnam, but right this time, you know? Like there's a lot of these kinds of movies around, and this is absolutely Japan looking at the shame of World War II and being like, but this time we can do it right and we're going to feel good. And it's like it's weird to do a feel good nuclear era Godzilla movie, but it just fucking works. And like all the individual sequences are really tense and scary, and the sense of scale it gets across when they're like out on their boat all alone and you just see Godzilla's head is terrifying. Like it is so effective in everything it tries to do. The fact that it's less ambitious than some other Godzilla movies is like, it doesn't really bother me so much. This was just like a great time at the theater, and even at the very end when it sort of pulls its punches and it's like, no, you thought it was a happy ending. It turns out it's a really happy ending. I was like, boy, it sure is Godzilla Minus One. Thank you. And this is also a movie that was very successful and popular in a way that I thought was really cool. And so in that way, I don't need to explain Godzilla Minus One to you. If you're listening to this podcast, you probably are aware of it. But I just enjoyed the hell out of this movie. This was like popcorn flick numero uno as far as 2023 goes for me.
Number 35 on my list. I had a great time. And that's like, I don't know if I have anything deep or profound to say about it. It's just like a cool movie. It's fun. It's just the right kind of, like spectacle entertainment that, I kind of just went with it. I liked the Spielberg feel I got from certain moments. I mean, one sequence in particular is very, very Jaws.
Yeah.
So,
and then before that, Jurassic Park.
Yes, indeed. And I win with it. I mean, I'm not a Godzilla person. I don't know much about, there's just the legacy and how many movies there have been, and that insane Criterion box set that you probably have, right?
No.
Okay, I thought maybe you were one of those people that is just obsessed. I don't know. I'd be curious to watch at least a few more Godzilla movies that are high quality.
Have you seen Godzilla vs. Hedorah?
I don't believe so.
It's right up your alley.
Okay.
I think it is not. I don't want to oversell it by bringing up Hausu, but it is closer to Hausu than you might think a kaiju movie from the 70s would be.
I just got a boner.
Yeah, exactly.
Just can't anywhere else I'd be a 10. Is it my destiny to live and die a life of blonde fragility? I'm just kidding. Where I see love, she sees a friend. What will it take for her to see the man behind the tent and fight for me? I'm just kidding, and I'm enough, and I'm great at doing stuff. So hey, check me out, yeah, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
What's your number 8, Jim?
It is Anatomy of a Fall, the best courtroom drama of the year, and yeah, very similar to Teacher's Lounge. It was very unnerving, and it's anchored by a terrific central performance from Sandra Hüller. It's about a German writer who finds herself on trial for maybe the murder of her husband after he has a fall from the attic window of the family home, and the couple's only son is a witness and blind. So we have to rely on what he heard and felt, and especially during his testimony late at one point. So yeah, I'm like, you know, basically his mom is trying to prove her innocence at this trial, and it sets it up as this mystery as to whether or not she killed her husband or did he kill himself. And it's a really interesting approach, especially for someone who has no experience with what the court system is like in France, because I mean, this is very similar to Saint Omer in that when I saw that, I was just like really taken aback because everybody like kind of talks back and forth. It's less about monologues. It's less about one person talking at a time. Like the judge will interrupt you, and just different people, different like the defense attorney, the prosecuting attorney, all are sort of like having conversations and interacting a lot and interrupting. So, I mean, that kind of like is just very different from what I'm used to seeing in a courtroom drama, period, because this is not a John Grisham story, and you don't have like the big speech at the end of the movie that sort of like sums up everything we've been thinking about and feeling and what it all means. This is, again, another movie about miscommunication, lack of closure, uncertainty about, you know, what your parents are. And there's a really incredible moment where the son is basically trying to piece things together, and it involves the family dog. And I don't want to say more than that because it is just one of those moments that I was I was on the edge of my seat watching that sequence. But it you know, again, like, it's a movie that gave me anxiety. It also shows how flawed we are as a species, especially in the way we communicate to one another or have very different perspectives on the same thing. There's that element. There's a use of an instrumental that is escaping my mind right now that is used prevalently and to the point where it will be stuck in your head when you see it. It's a rap instrumental. I'm sure you know exactly what it is if I told you, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But it also has one of the best child performances I've seen in a while. And it's a great mystery. It's a great procedural. It's a great courtroom drama and a portrayal of like the kind of dynamics that really draw me in something like Anatomy of a Murder, hence the title. I wonder if that's, you know, piecing it together and like finding a correlation. But I just loved everything about this movie. I really did. I thought it was just tremendous and kind of one of those that compelled me. I put my phone down. I had no distractions. I was totally absorbed in it. And I think most people have the same experience with it. And I think it's going to get some awards attention, I would think.
Boo!
Oh, sorry. I said the bad word.
You're getting fined is what's really going to happen. You're getting fined.
There should be like a swear jar.
Yeah, there's a swear jar. There's, if you say the word Oscar, you say the word awards.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Is it 50 Cent's Pimp, this song you're thinking of?
Yes.
The instrumental?
It's just used a lot.
Not what I expected from this movie.
No, exactly. That's what makes it kind of funny when
I haven't
you hear
piped
it.
in because I have not seen this movie.
Yes.
This is one of the like 30 or so titles that I wanted to see, and I just
I'd
did
be
not
very
get a
curious
chance
to get what your take is on this, because there's, especially in a testimony late in the film that sort of makes you reframe a lot of the movie, and certainly the ending gives you a lot to think about, and that's what I loved about it. Did you like it, Bill?
I loved it. Yeah, it's not on my list, but it's on. It was like a runner-up list. I mean, I thought it was great. That actress was also great in Zone of Interest.
Yes,
which
Tony Erdmann she was in that too, right?
Yeah, Tony Erdmann as well.
She's
So
great.
yeah, no, she's great.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know if it's a film that I would immediately be in a hurry to go back to, but I was never. When I was watching it, I was totally gripped by it. I mean, it's definitely. I get the hype behind it for sure.
Yeah. All right.
Is it my turn or yeah?
Yes.
So my number 8, it's already come up, is Retrograde, Adrian Murray. I don't know. You've already talked about the premise of it. There's not a whole lot of plot to it. I just
Definitely not.
Molly Reisman, the actress in it, I just thought created such a fascinating, irritating character. And it's just, I don't know, it's just so funny because it's all it is just a woman who gets a traffic ticket and just can't let it go, and it just takes over her entire life.
Yeah.
And it's such a simple premise, but it's all of these just perfectly realized tense kind of situations. I guess you call it cringe comedy. I mean, I guess that's what it's doing. But
I did think of Curb Your Enthusiasm, but less obviously heightened in that sense, and there's no like silly score to underline things.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought of a less stylized version of a lot of angry young women, like the Thora Birch character from Ghost World or something like that, where it's like just her inability to function in society. Seemingly like she's bad at her job. She's not great with her friends. You can feel from
Not a great roommate,
one
that's for
interaction
sure.
what her relationships in the past were like as far as romance. And I wasn't sure if it was like meant to be like she's a prototype for like what will grow up into the stereotype of the Karens kind of stereotype, as far as like that kind of busybody in retail situations that just makes people's jobs harder. Like if it's that kind of thing, or if it's meant to be something else that she's meant to represent, or if it is meant to be like just a character sketch and that's all it is. But I just thought, like, for what it is with this very small idea, like I just thought it was as perfect as Election or something in terms of like capturing that kind of difficult young woman and just finding humor in every situation that they put her in. And you already mentioned like more in detail about it, but that's one I really found just kind of knocked me out. I had never heard of it until a few weeks ago. And so yeah, I'm curious what else Adrian Murray will do. But yeah, I mean, that's one thing I just noticed in my list in general. It's like not a lot of directors that I have like an auteur kind of history with.
Yeah.
It was not a year where I really connected with the latest from a lot of people that I enjoy normally. Like, but so I don't know. I'm kind of left to just fend for the films as standalone things without some larger context to put them in. But yeah, no, I thought this was great, and I think it's on Prime or it's on a streaming service. It's like not a hard film to track down.
I think it might be on Tubi or one of those. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is on Prime.
Yeah, but yeah, it's easy to see it, and it's not like a especially long film. So I think if you're looking for sleepers that are in the kind of black comedy vein, I mean, I thought that was like one that, yeah, I haven't heard a lot of talk about it, and I thought it was really, really compelling stuff. So
yeah,
it's my number 8.
I know. I wanted to put Sick of Myself higher on my list too. This one sort of just, I don't know. Maybe it was just easier to digest. I don't know. Like there's stuff in Sick of Myself that obviously is very uncomfortable, and again, another moment involving a dog that just, I wanted to throw things. But
yeah, Sick of Myself is more of a, I mean, that gets into like really outlandish kind of territory. I mean, Retrograde is grounded, like it's a realistic version of that kind of character.
Right, exactly. Patrick, I think you'd like this one, by the way.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
It sounds great. My number 7 is John Wick 4, or maybe John Wick Chapter 4. They go back and forth on how they decide to name these things. I think that every John Wick movie, they get better and more refined at the thing they do. I don't think every John Wick movie is a better work. I think the second film is still, like, as a complete movie, it's the best John Wick movie.
I think so too.
I think this is better than number 3, though. I am just I am just absolutely on board, totally sold for this vision of action cinema. I sincerely think the bulletproof suit is just like the greatest thing to happen to action movies since like Bullet Time or something like that. Like, I think the way it turns gunfights into kung fu is absolutely captivating, and I will absolutely sit and watch hours and hours of it, as evidenced by the fact that this movie is number 7 on my list, and it is nothing but hours and hours of it. I don't really like the plot. I don't like the tone of a lot of that shit. I think a lot of that is really corny. I think number 2 is where I thought the mythology was the right balance of expanded but still mysterious and weird. And throughout John Wick Chapter 2, you're sort of like your understanding of how this world is oriented is constantly shifting all the way to the final shot. And I think by the time you get to John Wick 4, like, you can't play that game anymore, and it is just sort of a over encumbered like comic book mythos sort of a thing that kind of sucks. But like, I just fucking love this action, and I think they're better at doing the action now than they have been ever before. Again, super stoned, like tears streaming down my face in that like overhead shot where he gets the incendiary bullets, and there's just now like trails of flame igniting everywhere as he's shooting. Like, that shit is just like some of the happiest I've ever been in a movie theater. It's like it's not sophisticated, but like I adore it. I think the music choices are all really fucking great. I think Justice is the song that plays during the big stairway thing. That whole stairway sequence and having to go up again, like, that rules. I was so delighted and thrilled, and it's just Again, it's John Wick 4. You don't need me to explain. You're either on board or not. A lot of this list is oriented in terms of what are the strongest, most memorable reactions I had while watching a movie, which is why it leans towards movies I saw in theaters and why it leans towards movies that are going to maybe get big, less nuanced reactions from me. I just fucking loved it. So I don't have a lot more to say. John Wick Chapter 4 is just my shit. I never need to see another John Wick movie. There
probably will be another one. I wouldn't be surprised.
I have no interest in that fucking Peacock show. I have no interest in any of those fucking spin-offs. I don't need any of that shit. I hope they're good. I'll probably watch them out of curiosity, but like, I just think they invented a new way of shooting gunfights, and they innovated on that consistently, and they have reached the end point. And I hope that someone now comes up with a new thing. And what I don't need is like more of the universe filled in, which is what I think they're actually going to do with this series.
Yeah, who cares about the mythology or the universe or the mysterious
we live
hotel.
and even if we live in a world where the sort of MCU is sinking now, and like it has sort of reached peak comic book, and that all of that shit is collapsing, that is still the model for what you fucking chase if you're an executive with no imagination. And that's fully what I believe is going to happen. So I'm not necessarily like here to tell you that this is a great franchise and I can't wait to see it continue, but I do think across these 4 movies they got better and better at what they did, and this one they did it fucking astoundingly well.
I dug it very much, and I love the Warriors homage I just thought it was great.
Is it all Warriors? What's the specific Warriors homage you're thinking of?
Like they drop the same needle drop, Nowhere to Run, I think.
Oh, that's right. No, there's the DJ and all that shit. Yeah. It's fine.
I like it.
I feel like I've seen that specific Warriors homage enough.
Sure.
But yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. It's fucking cool.
The whole movie is cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm definitely curious. I'm looking forward to them. Like, I wasn't mad about the first one. I don't know. I didn't really feel anything. But like, it was discounted for like Black Friday. Where I'm like, I am curious. Everyone I know loves these movies, and I feel like I need to give them a proper look. And so I at some point I will. I've been so busy, but yeah, I'm excited to see it.
They're just fun. I know. There's like, again, nothing deep about it at all.
And too long. This movie
they're definitely too long. Unlike Walter Hill's movies. Yeah, they always go on way too long. I mean, that's true of a lot of movies.
What are you going to do? This was that. If you want to talk about trends of 2023, movies got fucking long. You want to talk about an environment that maybe lends Indian cinema to cross over to Western audiences? It's the fact that all movies are already 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, maybe that's why stuff like Retrograde and Hannah Ha and like there are movies that aren't 3 hours long that stood out and made me feel like a sense of peace and not like, oh, I gotta sit through all this.
Yeah,
you know. But it's. I mean, there's a place for long. I mean, Killers of the Flower Moon didn't feel long to me, really. I was mostly engaged by everything about it, even though, like you said, yeah, there wasn't huge surprises. But a big surprise for me is, as I was watching this documentary, it's my favorite documentary of the year. I sat back and I went, I really do watch too many movies because I am very ignorant of politics. I don't know what's going on in certain countries unless I watch a movie, unless I watch a documentary. And this documentary is called Beyond Utopia. I have no idea. I mean, I knew North Korea sucks. I knew there's a lot of horrible things going on there. But like seeing it firsthand, I'm watching this kind of with my jaw on the floor, like realizing how awful it truly is. Like the political system is built entirely on centralization and dictatorship and just repressing the people to where they collect their poop. I mean, they just like completely control every aspect of their lives.
I think you lost the thread a little bit there.
I know, but still, I know it's like a silly thing to sort of like focus on, but it just kind of like stood out to me. It's like, what are they doing? Why are they doing half of the things they're doing to these people, these innocent people? And so this movie really is about defectors from North Korea, mainly focusing on a few families, one in particular just trying to desperately to get out of this dictatorship, risking life and limb just so they can get to safety, just so they can have a normal life, just so their lives aren't completely controlled. And it is like a thriller. It really gets intense because you really don't know if they're going to make it. So you're watching this. It is a documentary, but you're watching this as a thriller, as a genre movie at times, because you're watching them go through certain like scenarios of are they going to get caught? Are they going to get caught? Are they going to get killed? I mean, other people have been caught. Other people have been imprisoned and killed because they tried to escape. So there is a central figure, a character, I believe he's a minister, and I can't remember his name, but he sort of helps a lot of different people get to South Korea. And the way they do it is not just simple as crossing a border. They have to go through different countries in order to get to South Korea, because obviously they can't just walk across the border from North Korea to South Korea, because North Korea controls that and has landmines all over the place.
A little thing called the DMZ is a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, a lot of things. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, I know we're living in a shit show of a world lately. And it seems like we are on the verge of World War III every time, I do click on the news and see what's going on. But this kind of just opened my eyes, but also felt like I was watching like a thriller, because I don't know if these people are going to make it. And I'm so invested in whether they make it. I mean, there's an elderly grandmother and there's a little child, and watching them try to, just get on a boat and not get caught and try to be as quiet as they possibly can so they don't die is just, it's such a heart-rending movie to watch. And yet I was just like so invested and so amazed at their bravery to even try this, because not a lot of people even have the courage to even try. And this particular minister that helps them is just like, that's what I think of a superhero, like a real life superhero is risking their lives so many times for so many people. So yeah, and just the level of systemic abuse going on in that country in so many ways is really hard to watch. And the way they are, they certainly don't like us Americans, to say the least. When you learn about what they're teaching in schools over there about the American people is like, again, I was shocked watching this. But what's great about it is that it focuses on the people, but you're also getting an education. on the geopolitics and all these things going on sociologically, and it makes it really like a great commentary on the macro level situation while also focusing on the emotional impact of the micro level of human beings just trying to survive. I'm not sure if I can sit through this movie anytime soon, but it left me deeply shaken. And I just, again, I don't really keep up with politics and know what's going on most of the time. So when I see something like this, I am just beside myself. And this movie worked on so many levels. It's fantastic. It's called Beyond Utopia. It's a great documentary. Oh, I need water. Okay.
Is it number 7? Okay. So for mine, I have You Can Live Forever, directed by Mark Slutsky and Sarah Watts. And this is kind of a sweet, low-key, romantic drama indie film I think it's set in 1990s Canada, between a girl sent to live with her Jehovah's Witness relatives and a girl that she meets at one of those services. And you can probably kind of guess where it's going. I mean, it's a clash of values with the family and homophobia, but not just homophobia, but just like the rejection of those that are not of their faith. So it's a melodrama kind of scenario, but I just thought it was so just compellingly realized. I just thought the characters were well drawn. I thought I thought it had real heat, to the romance that was kind of surprising. I mean, I wouldn't say, like, again, it's like not a film that I can make great claims for as a, formally radical film. I just found it just a story that kind of stuck with me, as one of the sleepers of the year. So, that's my number 7.
And you'll be hearing about that one again later.
That was my number 36. I found it very tasteful. I found its sensitivity. It's very easy to look at that religion and to like talk about why it is like so restrictive, and I thought the sensitivity with which it approached like why people actually have faith in the first. A lot of movies about faith are either some evangelical bullshit or
were they like Footloose?
Or no, I mean like God's Not Dead or something like that.
Yeah.
They're either that or they're about how all religious people are stupid. And it's like, isn't it a shame there's so many stupid people?
Yeah, like they're just automatons.
I understand if you live in America, you make a movie that expressing frustration towards the religious right. Like you might flatten them out to be like easy villains or whatever. But like generally speaking, religious people are they're not any more or less stupid than anyone else. And I think the clarity with which You Can Live Forever examines like why people believe these things and what it means for them in their life was very impressive. It is also to me like it's another queer coming of age thing, and that was like I've seen this like a couple dozen times.
Oh, I completely understand that.
Oh yeah, so have I. I mean, it's not like it's not a story I knew where it was going. I mean, I didn't quite see the ending, but I just liked it.
Yeah,
lots of these movies I feel like I've seen before, but they're done well.
You want to know a movie I had never seen before?
Uh-oh. What is it?
My number 6, Eric LaRue, directed by Michael Shannon.
Oh, yeah, the movie that's not out.
It played at the Chicago International Film Festival. It does not have a distributor right now. Don't know when you're going to get to see it. However, if you are so interested in Eric LaRue that you want to know every gritty detail, we did an episode on 96 Greers, which is a podcast where we look at every feature film starring Judy Greer in the cast. Judy Greer is the female lead of Eric LaRue. We go into great detail there. I would urge you to read that. We had a very interesting conversation. We didn't agree on a lot of things, so we really like dove into it. This is an example of a very tonally challenging movie that is on my list. The closest movie that I have like this from this year would be something like May, December. It is a movie about a school shooting and the fallout of a school shooting, but it is less we need to talk about Kevin, and it is more I'm trying to think, if you went back and listened to the episode on Eric LaRue that we recorded right after we saw it, I'd probably have the examples come right to mind. But like, the thing it is, number one, this is based on a play that was written in the 90s. And so this is not actually about America's gun culture in 2023, nor is it about sort of the increasing prevalence of mass shootings. This is, in fact, about a kid who gets bullied and then brings a gun to school and targets two people who bullied him and kills him. And it is about his mother, who is trying to figure out a way to still exist in this community, and it's about his father, who has sort of retreated into his faith. You want to talk about movies that are maybe not as generous towards the religious right. This is a very angry movie about religion and its place in America, and its sort of way that people use it as this sort of like salve and like religion is the thing that gives us permission to turn our brains off and not think about how horrible everything is. And that's actually what this movie is about. It's not about gun culture or mass shootings as much as it is about when you are looking at something that is irresolvable and cannot be fixed, or something that could be fixed, but you just know will not be fixed. For example, gun control in America will not be fixed. Global warming will not be fixed. There's all these things that you look at and you go, it seems like there is an answer, but the people who are in charge of coming up with solutions don't like that answer. So I guess nothing will happen, and we just have to live with the existential dread that comes with like the results of that. This is a movie about the delusions and the denials that people retreat into in order to deal with irresolvable horror of modern life. And it is extremely funny. It's extremely bleak. It's got a weird style to it. Michael Shannon, first-time director. I don't want to call him like, oh yeah, he's a visionary. Like he is. There's some cliches he dips into. He dips into some indie movie cliches, but like it does have a style. I thought he was going to be the kind of director who was like, oh yeah, he mostly does handheld, and because he wants to give his actors freedom to move around, and like I thought it was going to be sort of styleless and focus on performance, but it in fact has a very specific comedic point of view. And Judy Greer's incredible in it. Alexander Skarsgård's incredible in it. I love Tracy Letts in it. There's all these really great performances throughout. It is a very dark and thorny and weird movie, and reading the Letterboxd reviews from other people who were at the same screening I was, a lot of people had the Jim reaction, which is like, I don't think people should be laughing at this. I saw this in the theater and everyone was laughing, and that's terrible. And like, I think this is going to be I think it's a movie that a lot of people just won't like, and they'll have valid reasons for not liking it. But I also think a lot of movies will go into it with preconceptions about what the material is and how one should approach it. And I think it's a movie about something different than you might think. And I think the way it approaches it is sensible. And I love the hell out of it. I found it very challenging and interesting. It's amateurish in certain ways, but all the performances are really good. And it was just like, again, when you go through so many movies and it feels like they exist in an alternate reality where everything is fine, actually, when you see a movie that is specifically about how everything is fucked and nothing is ever going to fix it, and now what? Like, there's something very comforting and validating about that, in fact. And so I actually found this movie to be kind of a comfort. It is as dark as it gets.
And it sounds like it's a surprise. Like, just in terms of the tonal balance that it manages.
I was surprised. I was definitely expecting something closer to, I don't know, we need to talk about Kevin or Carnage, or there's another movie about
Mass. There was another movie called Mass, I want to say, that was basically 4 people in a room.
I think that is based off the play that I was thinking of. Yeah. I thought it was going to be a lot more straightforward than it actually is. Mm-hmm. But
hey, Michael Shannon's my favorite actor. I'm all for it. I hope it comes out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come out in some
eventually.
format.
Yes, I know. I just hope it's this year.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to see it. I wish I had gone to that screening because I'd planned on maybe going, but
it was a very fun Q&A afterwards as well.
Oh, I'm sure.
But at any rate, check out the episode of 96 Greers on Eric LaRue to get all the fucking dirt. We don't spoil the ending, but we do talk about it in detail. Allison Pill. Allison Pill's
I like Allison Pill.
She's so fucking funny in Eric LaRue.
I want to see more Allison Pill in the world.
Maybe the secret MVP of Eric LaRue is Allison Pill.
Aww.
So anyway, that was my number.
She might be the MVP of Scott Pilgrim too. Really.
Is that my number 6 or is that my number 7? That was my number 6.
Number 6?
What's your number 6, Jim?
Past Lives.
Hey!
Have you heard of it?
I have.
It's good. It's a delicate and very sourful. Sour. It sounds like I said sourful. Like the word sour.
Well, good thing you're going to be thoroughly editing this, and you can just cut.
Yeah,
that out
I can cut out. I do like Past Lives. I thought it was beautiful. A real assured debut for Celine Song, and it premiered to like just rapturous applause that my expectation. It was one of those Sundance indie darlings that I had high expectations, and they were met. Just tells a simple story. Again, a lot of these movies are just simple stories to where there isn't a lot of plot. It's really a lot about character and interaction, and just we grow with them as they change, and we learn about just like what it means to let go. Again, it's another one of those movies that I feel like thematically just resonates very strongly with me at this point in my life, because I know what it's like to be like thinking about, that person, I wonder. And then realizing, oh, wait a minute, no, I don't think that would have been good. I don't know. If we reunited, I don't think we would have the same feelings that we had all those years ago when we were Skyping or whatever. I think in a way it is like a before sunset kind of idea of like, well, should we connect or should we reconnect after having such a strong connection in the past? I don't know. Let's see where it goes. And then when they interact together towards the end, I feel like I'm right on the same level with them, the same wavelength as these characters, maybe because I've felt something similar. That I feel like this is a very relatable movie, which is probably why it's resonating with so many people who see it. And just, again, 3 great central performances, all different, all distinctive, and just well-observed. Not every connection that we have in life is meant to be lifelong or even romantic. I think we should just be grateful for any connection that we have in this life. And, it doesn't have to become something profound. It doesn't have to become something that defines us. It just, it's good to realize that what we have in this moment is enough. And I think that it's just one of those great sort of, simple love stories that I think it's going to be like one of those movies. I feel like it's going to be timeless. I think people will be talking about it years from now and feeling very similarly about it. So there's a lot of, it's a lot of wordy monologues, a lot of talking, a lot of conversations here, but they're all the kind of conversations that I find interesting and wonderful. And it is great. It is a movie that I think, like I said, will be remembered for years to come. And that is Past Lives. I have a feeling it's going to win awards. Oh, sorry.
Fuck you!
Damn it! I did it again.
Yeah. What did you think about Past Lives?
Yeah,
I liked it. I mean, I it's not a film that I loved as much as its biggest fans, but I definitely was engaged when I saw it in the theater. I found it moving, and no, I liked it.
It's nice and simple and sweet,
Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny to me just because I live in the sticks in like Delaware, and it's like it felt like a fairly art house to play in a multiplex in my town. I mean, that's one thing I thought, but in a good way. Like I was like, we're making progress here in this town. But
I'd say that's another thing about 2023 was non-English language films sort of made some headway with American audiences in a way that was heartening.
Yeah, it's an upside of the writer's strike, I guess.
Sure. I was surprised that they played the Almodovar film in Yeah, the multiplex. They played his short film. I think they combined it maybe.
Well, it's because it has American movie stars.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But a program of 2 shorts is still quite unusual
that's true.
When Taylor Swift Eras Tour is playing next door.
Right. I know. That's
true.
Really interesting.
Yeah, no, you got a point there. My number 6. So I didn't put Fallen Leaves on my list, although I know Patrick is a big fan of it. But like I was thinking while watching that and my number 6 is Perfect Days from Wim Wenders. I was thinking about how they both seem to evoke a kind of art house film I associate maybe with the 80s. And I think of Jarmusch falling into this too.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about like a kind of art film that's come out in recent years that seems to occupy, like, remember when they made films like this? And like, I think of Philippe Garrel doing this. And I think of Paweł Pawlowski, the guy that made Ida and Cold War, like these kind of like self-conscious throwbacks to a kind of art house film that you just don't really see a whole lot now. And I thought Perfect Days kind of does that. Like it feels like Aki Kaurismäki doing, the kind of like low-key, bittersweet, atmospheric romance kind of film. I liked it a lot, but I didn't put it on my list. But Perfect Days feels kind of like that to me at first. It's this low-key thing about like a guy that cleans toilets for a living in Tokyo, and first it comes off kind of like a Japanese take on Patterson, the Jim Jarmusch film, because it's like
that's what I thought.
A film about this guy that enjoys his life. He does kind of like this blue collar work, but then he's friends with his community, and it feels like a recycling at first of pleasant tropes from earlier Wim Wenders movies. Like he's the loner, he's driving around, he's listening to oldies on a tape deck, he's listening to Kinks and Patti Smith and Otis Redding. And it feels kind of like, oh, it's another one of these Wim Wenders characters. But by the end, it's really pointing out the disconnect from reality that is presented in living this way. And it becomes maybe a little bit more bittersweet than I was expecting. I feel like it's kind of critiquing that kind of like way of living in a way that I was kind of surprised by. It felt like, I don't know, made me think about cinema as an art that feels like it feels communal, but it often is isolating. Like it can trap us in a time in our past that maybe we resist moving forward from. So I think about this film as kind of like this, late period Wim Wenders, where it's like taking the things that were so joyful in the 70s and early 80s, and it's like they're still great and pleasurable, but like they're you can't live this way. It's crazy to live this way. It's like you're forcing yourself to smile, to live those perfect days. So I thought it was kind of touching that way, and it just kind of surprised me that it kind of went deeper than, I enjoyed it on a surface level for the first half, but I think that it just kind of framed it in a way that I was not expecting, and in a way that I can't imagine like Jarmusch doing that with something similar. Like I think I love Jarmusch's stuff, but it's like he's just happy to be in those surface pleasures. But I think that it's interesting that his hero would take this same kind of material and then flip it in a little way. But nice surprise. And Wim Wenders is somebody that I check in and out with. I love Kings of the Road and Alice in the Cities and the 80s films like Wings of Desire and Paris, Texas, American Friend. But like he makes so many films that I just don't like keep up with. And he even had a film after this, a 3D film that I did not see. So
yeah, that's actually opening at the Music Box soon.
Yeah. So he's somebody that I take for granted. He's just somebody that's always cranking them out in and out of fashion.
Yeah.
This was one I heard was like a return to form. I don't know what that always means, because I like some of the ones that, like, was it Don't Come a Knockin' or whatever? Like, I like ones people think are like so. But
do you like The $1 Million Hotel?
I've never seen $1 Million Hotel.
That's the
I've
one
never
that
seen
I
that
like.
one. I've never even seen. There's a lot of his I haven't seen, but yeah, no, this one was a nice surprise, and it's very pleasant for the most part.
Another. I feel like he's mostly just content, and it's another celebration of that in a way. But I mean, it's clear that he has something from his past, right? I mean, he's also drinking and numbing away things.
You know what it's like? It's and this is like a connection no one would ever want to make, but it reminded me of Say Anything, in that Say Anything's character, the John Cusack character, seems to be real kind of optimistic and in love with his life, but I know that when John Cusack talked about it, like, he thought that the only way that would make any sense to play that character at that point in his life was to, like, he's choosing optimism in a fucked up world. Like, it's like he's aware of everything that's bad around him, but he's forcing optimism as a radical act. And I mean, I don't know if that comes across in Say Anything, but I know that's what the actor tells himself to take another romantic comedy when he's 29 or whatever. But like, Perfect Days, I felt like that's kind of what it was doing. That, like, at first you're thinking, oh, he's just got it made. Like, he's like, it's kind of like Hannah Haha. Like, it's just like,
that's what I thought.
Low ambitions, but perfect life, because you don't need more than that.
That's good.
My number 5 is Past Lives.
Oh, good.
Unfortunately, this is a movie I saw a long time ago.
Yes.
And it is
I didn't get to rewatch it too, and that's why I couldn't come with
it's a very
specifics.
intimate movie, and it was there's nothing spectacular about it, so I don't have a lot of specifics. I do think the key thing that I'm really into with Past Lives is the way that Celine's song builds the story out of little details and, like, allows you to intuit things about the characters and what their life is like and what is not in their life and what compromises they have made, without anyone ever outright stating, how they feel about any given thing. I think, as cinema is full of people taking swings at brief encounter, and I think this is just sort of one of the more nimble ones. And I was very impressed by Past Lives, and I don't have a lot more to say than that. It's great. So that was my number 5.
My number 5 is Asteroid City.
Freight train, going so fast. Freight train, going so fast. I don't know what train he's on. Won't you tell me where he's gone?
My favorite Wes Anderson film since maybe Moonrise Kingdom.
That's not a movie.
See, this is what happens when you podcast for this long. You just forget how to say titles. This to me felt like a surprise to see him almost go into Charlie Kaufman territory with his usual Russian doll approach to narrative. And a lot of people... Yeah, I agree. The first time I watched this, I was a little confused and found it jarring to go into, like, the backstage and Edward Norton as the writer and all this stuff. And Bryan Cranston narrating it, and it's just kind of like the story process itself is coming into the film. Oh my God, how are we going to handle all this? And there's so many things going on, but as it went along, and especially on a second viewing, I just kind of like went, I really do love this movie, even if it's not really ultimately trying to say a whole lot outside of just tell the story you want to tell. And don't worry if other people aren't getting it. Don't worry if maybe you're not even getting it. I think that was like kind of what Adrian Brody is trying to say to Jason Schwartzman as the actor in that moment. And maybe that's what Wes Anderson was telling himself as he was writing it in a way. I love the production design and the setting. I thought the performances were all around great. I was surprisingly moved by a speech given by someone I didn't even realize was in this movie that makes a cameo practically at one point. And I don't know how he continues to combine the sense of childlike wonder and playfulness with melancholy. I know people are like kind of, again, rolling their eyes at like, oh, it's a Wes Anderson movie. He's going to be whimsical. Oh, this is going to happen. He's going to have an ensemble cast. And I eat it up. I think he's one of my favorite writer-directors. And I thought he really went into an interesting territory this time by sort of exploring his own artistic process within the film itself. And I just liked the idea of him doing an alien invasion throughout all of it. The alien invasion kind of being about like inventory maintenance with the asteroid and the alien deciding to pick it up and then just return it. I don't know. There's just something about the choices he made throughout this movie. Like just the little like hoedown song at one point, and Matt Dillon's line of everything is connected but nothing is working. I don't know. There's just like little things throughout this movie. I don't know if I could like sum it up in a way that makes sense, or like this is precisely what he's trying to say, or this is the ultimate thesis. I just found it in thoroughly entertaining. And yeah, I like what Wes Anderson does. I know people are sick of it. I'm not. I liked his Roald Dahl shorts. I saw all of them but one, and I just love Asteroid City. What can I say? That's why it's on my list. I liked it.
This is my number 42.
Okay.
I did like it. I would say across his entire career, Wes Anderson sort of leans towards emotional incoherence for me. And all of his movies look great, and I always enjoy looking at them. But generally speaking, how much I enjoy his movies, there's Rushmore and Moonrise Kingdom, and those are perfect. And then everything else I just find emotionally incoherent. And the question is, but is it funny? And if the answer is yes, it is funny, then we'll proceed.
Yeah.
And so like Grand Budapest Hotel, emotionally incoherent, extremely funny.
Yeah.
French Dispatch, emotionally incoherent, quite funny. Asteroid City, not funny to me at all. And I found the visuals of this more appealing than French Dispatch or even Grand Budapest Hotel. Like, I think this is probably, of his little doll houses, this is the best theme he's had in a bit.
Yeah.
But I just like, it didn't make me laugh, and therefore everything else falls apart for me. And other than just like the most base level surface pleasure for me. Yeah.
I laughed. Did you laugh at the alien?
No.
Oh.
It just, again,
Okay.
was not on the wavelength of this
Okay.
movie.
It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is not one of those like I would avidly defend, because I get it. I understand why people don't love it. How about you, Bill? What do you think?
I'll talk about it later.
Okay. Okay.
Bill, what is your number 5?
Thank you.
My number 5 is Sam Now, Reed Harkness.
Oh, excellent. I'm so glad to see it this high.
Yeah, no, I really like this one. I think I went into it with I think when it started, I thought it was going to be like a true crime film.
Yeah,
I didn't know
too.
anything about the plot, but it's about a woman's disappearance and how it affects a family. Initially, I was afraid it was going to be a little bit too cute, because it's about brothers who make all these little movies from childhood up until adolescence, and so it's got lots of little kids running around with guns, and like it's meant to be cute, and it is kind of cute, but it's like, oh, okay, this could be a little bit overkill, but it moves in places I was not expecting. I don't want to give it away any of the twists in it, but I thought it was I just found all these people really interesting, especially the woman at the center of the mystery.
Yeah.
I just haven't seen very many fictional characters like this person, and how the film kind of treats her, I thought was kind of what elevated the entire thing for me, and it felt like even more touching the second time I watched it. I don't want to. It's one of those I don't really want to spoil, because it does have an element of surprise to it that I don't want to ruin any of the twists. But it's. I wasn't expecting to love it going into it. By the end, I really was quite taken by it. So I think you've already kind of brought this one up. But yeah, I'll second your endorsement of Sam Now. It's a very good movie.
I hope people seek this out. It's really special.
My number 4 is Happer's Comet. I want to talk about one of the most surreal experiences I've ever had watching a movie, which is,
Right.
I want to say 2015, 2016 or whatever, I made a short film called Number 12 Looks Just Like You. And while we were shooting that, I came up with, we were trying to get shots of, there's a lot of rabbits around the north side of Chicago just hopping around late at night. And we were trying to get wildlife footage of these urban rabbits. And as we were doing that, I came up with a different script that I ended up writing and I never tried to make. And it was called Night Rabbits. And it was it had a brief setup that was more cliche than what Happer's Comet does. And then it sort of dipped in and out of all these different people's apartments. And it's these people who are up late at night and all of their different lives that are going on during this time. And they're sort of all lonely and, cloistered or whatever. And then another thing happens, and then it has sort of a cliche outro or whatever. And I was like looking at the script I wrote, and I was saying, this is so nonverbal. This is so visual. I don't think I am capable of making a movie like this. Like, I feel like getting the tone of what I'm trying to do here would be extremely difficult. Getting the lighting right. Like, I'm just too much of an amateur to actually do this. So I just left it in my, Google Docs, whatever, and didn't think about it until I saw Happer's Comet. And to see something that you wrote, or at least not something that you wrote, because this is not my script, but when you see something that you were hoping to achieve but felt you couldn't, achieved much better than you ever could, it was like, oh my God, I get all the payoff without any of the work. I was fucking thrilled. I was so fucking happy watching this movie, because it was like the thing I actually want. The reason I wanted to make Night Rabbits to begin with was I wanted the moment of sitting down and seeing the finished thing and seeing a movie that is like a movie I would like to see but doesn't quite exist in that way. And Happer's Comet is like, guess what? We're going to do that, and we're going to do it one better. Bill Ackerman, I used your full fucking Christian name. Bill Ackerman, get in here right now.
Can you walk through the door?
Bill already talked about this earlier in the episode, about it feeling like sort of like the opening scenes of The Fog, and the lighting is very expressive in that sort of Dean Cundy kind of a way. The movie I thought about was my favorite Deborah Stratman movie, In Order Not to Be Here.
That's so good.
Which is this really great avant-garde, or maybe not avant-garde is the right word, maybe just experimental sort of documentary about the suburbs and about the surveillance state and about the illusion of safety. Oppressiveness of the environment is overwhelming. That was mostly the movie I was thinking about. But the thing about Happer's Comet that's really remarkable is it is not a bleak movie. It is not a pessimistic movie. I find it, in fact, to be a very optimistic movie. It was shot during COVID lockdown, and it feels like to me, it is the best cinematic reaction to COVID that I have seen that I can think of. I might be missing something, but it is about the feeling of being trapped inside and the release of leaving, specifically leaving your home at a time of night when the social construct says, no, stay inside. It's fucking 3 a.m. What are you doing? And the sense of liberation, the sense of jailbreak that you get from these characters who are leaving their homes after seeing so many different scenes of people's stuck in their homes and their private lives and what they are like when no one else is around. It felt like this very optimistic arc to the movie that is we are in a moment right now and we will get out of it. And there is a sense of, what does out of it mean? Out of it doesn't mean a return to normal. There is no going back to the pre-COVID world, but maybe out of it means something new. Maybe there can be a sense of rebirth. Maybe we can come out of this better than before. There is this it's a non-narrative film, Happer's Comet. So these are all the vibes I get, more than this is textually what the movie's about. But it feels like this very warm, empathetic presentation of possible rebirth in the best possible way. And so the first 30 minutes or so of this hour-long movie, I was just going holy shit, someone made Night Rabbits, except they made it good. And that was very exciting for me. And then where it goes was holy shit, someone made a COVID movie that I've been wanting to see as well, and they made it fucking great. It's on Mubi right now. If you have not seen Happer's Comet, it's definitely worth checking out. It's absolutely gorgeous looking. It's one of those things. Bill, you were on the Chiming Liang episode of Directors Club with me.
Yes.
And we talked about what time is it there, and the fact that most of the scenes play out in like a single shot and the camera doesn't move. And what the advantage that Chai Ming Liang had during that is like he could actually light the shit out of every single setup because there are so relatively few setups in a day when he's doing these long takes and everything. And that's kind of what Happer's Comet feels like. It's like, it's fucking lockdown. We got nothing but time. Let's really light the shit out of this. And the lighting is so beautiful and expressive and it's colorful, but like it's slightly above reality. It's like slightly heightened in a way that you look at it and you still recognize as like this is what a home looks like at night, but it's just this like very gorgeous, fascinating, magical version of it. I fucking love Happer's Comet, and I appreciate, Bill, you sent me a list of movies. I was like, what am I missing? What should I check out? And you sent me a long list of movies, not all that I could see, but this one I could, and I just absolutely fell in love with it.
Oh, that makes me so happy. And you totally surprised me when you said that. 'Cause like, yeah, you didn't comment when I had said it on my list. So yeah, that makes me really happy. I thought you would like it. And it's coming out on Blu-ray through Factory 25, one of the partner labels of Vinegar Syndrome. So if you have any listeners that are doing their shopping on the Vinegar Syndrome site, you can, I guess, get the fancy slipcover edition if you see it, streaming and want to own it. But which is one I would like to get at some point myself. But I think, and Jim, I think this will definitely be something that you would enjoy.
You talked about the catharsis of like seeing a short movie. Like Happer's Comet is like, this is a complete fucking statement.
I want to end this episode. And
no
you guys
waste
can
of
leave
time.
So I can watch this now.
Yeah, for sure.
This just sounds wonderful.
That was my number 4.
Taking a drive, I was an ideal, looked so alive. Turns out I'm not real, just something you paid for. What was I made for? 'Cause I don't know how to feel, but
Number 4 is Poor Things, the latest from Yorgos Lanthimos, a very weird, whimsical movie that happens to be very horny, very funny. And I know I'm hearing a lot of like ick reactions to this movie now. Like, so essentially she's got a baby's brain in her and she's going around being sexual. Like, people are really like harping on just that aspect of it, and I kind of go, I didn't feel that way because it's just like a crazy fantastical Frankenstein like story, to where I wasn't like thinking in those terms of it being like this is how you would react in reality with if this really happened. But this is just such a weird fantastical world that's like very Terry Gilliam, or like you mentioned, Bill, to start like it starts off really heightened with a Tim Burton kind of energy that I could see being off-putting, and it sort of made me wonder, like, what kind of movie are we in for here if this is the tone it's going to maintain throughout the entire film? But it does sort of settle down, and it becomes something else once Mark Ruffalo shows up, and I was like laughing fairly consistently every time Mark Ruffalo spoke. Like, I thought his over-the-top Lothario character reminded me, like, at times of like a cross between Kevin Kline and Gene Wilder. And I thought, like, I mean, I might be elevating that performance more than most people would credit, like, I just think I think he's hilarious in this movie. That's all it came down to. Like, a lot of this movie was just simply entertaining, and I didn't really think about it on a deep level where afterwards it's like, well, this probably means this is that. Obviously it's about, sexual discovery and autonomy and self-actualization and trying to move forward, even though like certain circumstances or certain people are going to hinder your abilities to evolve as a person. And certainly, like, I thought this movie was going to end at a certain point, and then suddenly Christopher Abbott shows up, and there's like a whole other aspect to the movie. So I can see this being like thought of as maybe it goes on a little too long, but I didn't feel that way because I was so into Emma Stone's performance, into just about every person in this movie. It's like another Alice down the rabbit hole kind of a story where she meets all these kind of strange characters along the way. Many want to take advantage of her. And she's just trying to grow and develop as a human being, whatever that's going to be, however messy and flawed it is. And by the end, I just thought I just had a good time. And it felt like a lot of the movies around this time of year were just making me sad and depressed and miserable. And then this comes along and I'm like, oh, this is nice. I really had a good time with this movie. And it's almost like the feature length, like offshoot of the weird Barbie character that Kate McKinnon plays. It's kind of like takes that and rolls with it for 2.5 hours. And I never was restless with this movie. I just enjoyed the hell out of it. Poor Things. It's weird. It's wonderful. It's Lanthimos.
This is my number 27. I really enjoyed this movie. I kind of had a similar thing with Bill where like the first 10, 15 minutes or so,
I can see that.
I was sort of sinking in my seat being like, oh boy.
He loves his fisheye lens. Let's see it all.
He really, I like the fisheye lens. I like the style.
Yeah.
I eventually got on its wavelength and I did find it quite funny. And I did think Emma Stone in particular was really good. I think my opposition to this movie in principle is like, I think emotional catharsis is a bad look for Yorgos Lanthimos. It feels uneasy. This feels like the movie you make when you're tired of your movies only making $20 million at the box office, and you go, all right, I will take an additional step. It seems like you were a little bit like, I took one step towards you folks already with The Favorite, and it seems like you are responding to that. I am now going to water down my thing slightly more. And it's like, to me, it's like, if it doesn't leave you feeling fucking disgusting at the end, is it really a Yorgos Lanthimos movie?
Sure.
So that would be my opposition to it. It's also just like, I think it's a little too long and repetitive, especially during the whole sex worker sequence. I think like, I think there are real diminishing returns on that. But in general, a very winning movie that I enjoyed the hell out of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So my number 4 is it's already come up twice now. Is Nobody's Hero, Alain Guiraudie. I don't have a whole lot more to add. I think it was something where I just thought the way it unfolded, like I just never predicted where it was going, and I thought like as a social satire and how it's dealing with terrorism and Islamophobia and like that kind of like. I mean, I thought of Fassbender in the way that like he's got this fixation on this older sex worker. Like I thought of Ali Fierce's Soul in a way. Like I mean, I thought of like some like the way that like just different elements that seem like they shouldn't work as like they feel like writerly conceits, but like it's played all so much. It felt like if Fassbender did a rewrite on a Preston Sturges farce. Like it felt like it had like all the elements of screwball comedy, but just done in a way that felt like more political and more queer and more provocative than like a Hollywood studio comedy of that period. But like that's the same pleasure. Like it didn't feel like didactic or like it just felt like a really well written, well crafted film that like it just felt satisfying on every level. And it was such a nice surprise. I mean, I think Staying Vertical is probably a better film, but this was like, at the time that I saw it was like, I really needed a film this good.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'm probably putting a little higher like than but I feel like this is one of those films that like is so good and so much better than a lot of things I keep hearing about that I feel like, well, everyone should at least have this on their radar or something to check out, especially if you only know what is Stranger by the Lake is still like what he's best known for.
Agreed,
and like that,
yeah.
I felt like, and I felt like that's kind of like just more because of the envelope pushing sexuality of it, where I feel like he got a lot more. I mean, I like that movie, but it's like, I feel like it got a lot more interesting after that as far as his writing.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Preston Sturges is not a touchstone I would have thought of, but it is in fact like, there's a specific tenor of like just loopiness to what happens at any given moment that I do think, that 40 screwball feeling really applies.
Agreed.
Yeah, like Palm Beach Story, but like with like a dose of Fassbinder. It's kind of like what I thought, and I'm like, oh well, it just like, and all the characters are interesting. Like, and it's not just but it was the second film I saw that week dealing with terrorism in France as well, and I can't remember what the other one was off the top of my head. It might have been something slightly older, but I always take for granted like that's like a real hotbed of racial tension, and to tackle it this way, I thought was, I don't know, there's another film that is on my list that deals with like maybe, I don't know about touchy political issues, but like but handles it like with a light touch as comedy, but like in a way that I think, you know, isn't like edgelordish or provocative for its own sake. Like it was asking questions, but knowing that it's like it's liberals tweaking other liberals. Like it's not like pitched to the QAnon kind of audience or whatever.
Right.
But I thought this was like one of the nicest surprises of my watching in 2023. So
yeah, I'm glad that I found out that he had a new movie. I was really excited.
Yeah,
when I found that out. I was like, yes, we need more of his work.
Agreed. Mm-hmm. My number 3 is May December.
Oh wow.
Crucial point is I knew zero about this movie. I thought it was going to be a slightly kinkier, slightly more De Palma-y take on Adam Agoyan's Chloe, where the May December romance in question was Natalie Portman and
Julianne Moore.
That's which is weird because it's like Natalie Portman's nearly 40. Or she like 40, so it didn't quite fit for me. But like all I saw was a poster with two women, one obviously older than the other, and I was like, oh, May December, okay, so they're lovers, and I hear that it's got a weird De Palma-y thrillery aspect to it. So like the way it unfolds in terms of, I would like the act of watching this movie, not knowing the central premise and seeing the relationship dynamic that goes on in the household, it is actually like, I think like 15 minutes before it is actually spelled out to the audience, like what their history is. And that was like, so just like those first 15 minutes of me I'm like, wait, he's kind of like, and then, I think she was his teacher. Like I'm putting these things together. It was so pleasurable and cool. On top of that, like the real thing that just had my jaw open the entire fucking movie is I do not understand how Todd Haynes is able to balance. I did find this movie extremely funny, and like it is like shocked gasps of laughter, like the scene with Natalie Portman in the high school. That scene is so like her initial reaction to that like that creepy sex scene question is like it is like this portrait of narcissism that is so perfect and complete. I was just cackling because it's so fucking weird and like you creep, like shut up. And like the idea that these are like two women who are sort of made for each other because they are both toxic narcissists who everything is filtered through what they want and their desire to and their belief that they deserve whatever they want, and like everything in their lives circles around that fact, and the fact that like they mirror each other in ways in those ways I was just like absolutely in love with. And the way it balances all of that stuff, which is very deeply funny, with a really genuinely, I believe, sensitive and empathetic look at what's the name of the actor?
Charles Melton.
Charles Melton's character is so tragic and so fucking sad, and just he breaks my heart in every single scene.
Gravitated more towards than the comedic. Like, I know it's darkly funny, and I know we can laugh at their narcissism throughout, but it was more of just, I was so like, my heart was breaking.
Yeah, but like to me, they amplify each other.
Yes,
his story is sadder because of how like just cosmically. It is just a cosmic joke where he has landed, and like the people that that have controlled his destiny. It is like a really bleak existential joke. And every time he tries to like reach out to his children, and they're like, he is so clearly just still fucking 13 years old. And like all of that shit is so heartbreaking, but it's like, I don't know how he did it, but it feels like Todd Haynes found a way. Like the idea of humor of a way of dealing with the darkness of reality is like, that's a very old hat kind of idea. But like, I feel like this movie does it in a completely different way than I've ever seen it done before. And I really think that like the reason this movie is so fascinating to me is that these two things should not work together, and they do. And to me, that is like, this is not a queer movie, but like the sensibility of it feels extremely queer in a way a Todd Haynes movie hasn't felt to me in a while.
Would you use the word camp?
I wouldn't, because he'd yell at me.
Yeah. That's been a big debate.
Well, I look, camp is like like I didn't fucking go to college, and I barely graduated high school. And so like, I'm just not prepared to like step up here and deliver a monologue about what is and isn't camp, and
I
like,
wouldn't either.
and that sort of thing, and like postmodernism and all that. Like, I'll save that shit for Susan Sontag. She's free to it. I can't do it. But I will say that like, it does not shock me that in a world where people react to material in a very flattened way, and people take things at face value, and they say, this is a movie endorsing this. And it's like, well, why is that? Because it depicts it. And it's like, I feel like in that world, the thing you don't want to do as a filmmaker who's trying to still have a career is talk about how much your child molestation comedy is hilarious. Like, you probably should not like talk about how funny it is to tell this story of abuse, of child abuse. And I understand why politically everyone involved with the movie would just, the memo gets out. It's like, look, let's not emphasize the comedy. The people who get the movie, and the people who won't get the movie, let's not provoke them. That is how I have received the conversation about camp. I can tell you right now, Todd Haynes is a lot more educated than me, and Todd Haynes could fill volumes of encyclopedias on what he knows about camp that I don't. So like, if he sincerely believes that his movie isn't camp, then I'm like, all right, cool, I'll take your word for it. But at any rate, this ability to take like really heartbreaking, absurd, aggressively unpleasant, just like deeply disgusting material and turn it into this like grand melodrama as filtered through these two narcissists, and not lose sight of the heartbreak at the center of it is just, it is absolutely fucking captivating and fascinating. It is the greatest magic trick I've seen pulled in movies this year. I'm totally in awe of this movie.
A lot of people are.
Yeah, and this was just like, from the very start, again, not knowing anything and having no preconceptions, like the way it unfolds and the way you begin to realize what kind of actor Natalie Portman is, and like what, like all of these things are just so fucking delicious and so much fun and so funny. That it's just like, this is not my number one on my list. I think this is the like quote unquote highest cinematic achievement of the year. And to the extent that that's a phrase that means anything at all, which is very little, but like that, I feel like in a way that mostly in the past, 5 or so years, I look at new films and I go, that was a great film. It didn't really surprise me. It didn't really move me. It didn't feel like a way of pushing the medium forward. May December feels like this is something brand fucking new that I've never seen before.
Huh. Interesting.
I mean, what have you seen before that is like, this is just, he's just doing this?
The only thing that came to mind was my uncertainty of like how to respond to something like the portrayal of a pedophile in Happiness with Todd Solondz.
I think that's a good call. I think like Todd Solondz is, I don't think Todd Solondz is I don't think Todd Solondz is the director that Todd Haynes is, and I don't think Todd Solondz gets the performances that Todd Haynes gets. Like Natalie Portman, I think is usually bad. I will say most Natalie Portman movies I've seen her in, I go, that is someone who is doing a bad job, and I haven't seen all of them, but like my general opinion of her is low, and this is, I think, the best performance she's ever given.
Yeah, I don't know. The score turned me off.
There's a lot of talk about the score, and it was funny. I don't remember what the score is. It did not leave any impression on me whatsoever.
It's the music from The Go-Between. It's the Losi movie.
Yeah.
Right. So that's all the stuff I read in the interviews, and I'm like, I don't remember anything about it.
Well, it's honestly, I think it's like this. It's when it's first used in the kitchen. Within the first 5 minutes of the film, and it's like a moment of Julianne Moore alone in the kitchen with that music coming in, and it's so dramatic.
I don't think we have enough hot dogs.
It's so dramatic for such a mundane situation that I think that's where people start laughing, because they think that there must be something funny about that, because it's such a disconnect between what we're seeing and what we're hearing.
And they were almost conditioned, at least my crowd I saw it with, as I mentioned, they started laughing at a lot of things, and especially when that score would come on. Like they'd start laughing. Like they started laughing at Natalie Portman reenacting, what happened in the back of that pet shop. When she's pretending she's, having sex, and that score kicks in, everybody started laughing. I'm like, that's kind of gross what she's doing. I don't find it funny, but if other people do, I'm not like saying that they're wrong either. But
yeah, I like this movie. I mean, I've seen it twice.
I do too.
I will definitely see it again. I mean, I like it. I'm happy that I find the discussions of it really interesting.
Yes.
Like it's another one of those films like Barbie or Oppenheimer where it's like on all these lists, and I'm not mad about it. Like these are interesting films to talk about. Like if this is what this is what film culture is now. Like that's progress. I mean, but something about it. I mean, I feel like compared to Dark Waters, which is a more straightforward film, I felt like that was actually, I don't know, for some reason, like that one snuck up on me more, even though it's like the most anonymous thing he ever made. I thought like, it was interesting that he could make something that was just like a smart Sidney Pollack type movie, like that it wasn't self-conscious. Because I think that when you have things like the music, like it's things that remind me that Todd Haynes is at the wheel, whereas like that Dark Waters movie just felt like invisible. And I thought that and actually Wonderstruck actually felt that way too, the one before that. But I think I was wondering, as these recent films were coming out, like what happened to Todd Haynes, the writer? And I know that the new film is going to be a one that he wrote, and not that this makes a huge amount of difference, but I do think he's an interesting kind of screenwriter. And I thought it was kind of, what was the last one he wrote? Like, I'm Not There, the Bob Dylan thing. Like, did people hurt his feelings so badly with that one that he just turned to outside material going forward? And I mean, he's picked interesting things. I'm not saying it's like a great tragedy to Todd Haynes, the director, that he's not writing the films, but I do kind of miss hearing his voice as a writer. But
no, I love the conversations that have resulted with this movie, without a doubt. I just still don't feel as like overwhelmed by the experience of watching it. Like I thought that there are things about it I love, and I certainly love all the performances, especially on rewatch. I did think Natalie Portman stood out even more. Like initially my first thought was like, oh, that was a great moment in the mirror. And like I thought of it, and I think a couple of people, even on Letterboxd, including Reg, to sort of describe this as like a Lifetime movie mixed with Persona. And I thought like that's an interesting, like, because it almost feels like Natalie Portman's acting style or the types of movies that she makes as a character is like invading this dramatic world, to where like I thought her it's hard to describe, but like just we see glimpses of the kind of work that she does as an actress, and that was almost like becoming a part of the movie itself, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Like it just felt like she was, like her sensibility was invading this world.
I think that might be why, it gets away with being gross. There might be like the built-in auto critique of I don't know. This is a wild film to compare to May December, but like Son of Saul is a movie that's like we're not going to point the camera at what is happening, and in not pointing the camera at what is happening, we are acknowledging that pointing the camera at what is happening is diminishing it because it flattens it into something fictional, and instead we're going to focus on this one face. And it's like there's almost something about May December that is like child abuse is like so horrific that if you try to make a movie dramatizing child abuse, what you are doing is like a mockery of it. And like there might be some like this isn't based on a true story or anything, so it's a little different than than the existential question of how do you depict the Holocaust on film. And obviously Zone of Interest is another example of that sort of thing where it's like you're specifically not seeing things and stuff like that. But like, are you
saying not seeing or not see?
Yeah, well, a little bit wordplay. But at any rate, like, I don't know. This is a movie I saw the one time, and I think this is a movie that I do want to see again because I do think it will play differently a second time, knowing where it's going.
Yes.
But like,
I liked it a lot more the second time.
Again, my list is like what were the big cinematic experiences of my year, and this was just like every additional scene was just like flooring me more, and I couldn't believe where it was going, where it was willing to go, and like how far and with such deftness and still be so fucking funny. And like even the moment towards the end where it's like we are going to flatten everything out. It turns out this is all due to this one tragic backstory and this one tragic thing in Julianne Moore's backstory. And then later just be like, it's like the funny games thing where it's like, how did it feel in that 10 minutes of the movie where you as an audience member thought you had a handle on why this was happening? Because guess what? You were wrong. That's not what the kind of movie, like that's not, you can't actually explain this sort of thing away. Like everything about this movie just fucking floored me, and I'm excited to see it again. And maybe with the shock gone, I will see it and I will be less impressed. I don't know, but like for me right now, May December is just like an astounding work.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you liked it. I mean, I've seen it twice. I liked it more the second time. I mean, I liked it the first time. I think it's one I've kind of wrestled with my reaction to because I see all the points everyone's making, and I like it, but I don't.
Yeah.
It's something about it. Like I don't quite. I'm a little bit outside it a little bit. Like I'm kind of observing how it's all working so perfectly, but I don't feel as emotionally impacted by it as I think I should for something like that. But I still like it. Whereas the Briat film is a little bit more of a sledgehammer, and actually that had walkouts because that does actually, without getting too far into that, like it does dramatize things that Haynes only kind of implies.
Right.
I don't know.
That sounds like
funny
Briat.
you mentioned. Yeah. No, she's out to create problems.
Yeah.
That's her job. And like, it's funny you mentioned Son of Saul because that's all I think about when I think about the dialogue around Zone of Interest, which I mean isn't on my list, but I thought it was brilliantly made. I mean, that was a film where I thought that the like the whole conceit of it is just like another Holocaust movie, but done as A24 art horror. Like it's just like all of the tropes of that kind of style, of like suggestion horror applied to the period epic. Like it's like, with the costume period history films of the year, we have Oppenheimer doing it as like action movie pacing, and then you have the Zone of Interest is kind of doing it like art house horror, but like, which is a weird way to tackle that subject, but it hasn't been done before. It's not like Nazi exploitation films. Like there's not any anything graphic in it, but it's just so horrible in its just
by not seeing it.
Yeah. But I don't know, like definitely a tricky one to chew over because I'm like, it's perfect, but I'm also like, will I ever go back to it? And
I don't know.
Are the people that like have an issue with this right? I mean, that was the thing that with the Q&A at New York Film Festival for that film was like, the last question was like, about ethics of Holocaust representation. Like, all right, we got to go. Thank you all for coming.
And I mean, Son of Saul got hit with the same controversy.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Son of Saul is
Peter
is like,
Sapczynski hates
is
that movie.
like it's like a roller coaster ride of a Holocaust movie.
Yeah.
For me, I have not seen Zone of Interest. I have not had the opportunity yet. Just everything I've read about it, I have wondered, is a movie theater the correct context for this? Is this actually like an installation that should exist in a museum somewhere? Rather than like sit down, pay your ticket, and watch it start to finish? Should it just be a thing that as you're walking through a museum, you sit down and exist in for 15 minutes? And that, you know what I mean? I haven't seen it, so that's the vibe I got from what I've read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could buy that.
It's one of the most interesting films of the year for sure, and it's brilliantly made. So it's definitely worth your time, but I can understand every reaction, positive and negative with it.
It might
Like,
be my favorite sound design and score.
Oh, it's no, there's
year.
nothing close to it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's technically a marvel. I mean, there's no question, but it's I get people's reservation, especially the Son of Saul argument, because it's even more so. But because this is actually like a lot easier to watch, I think, than that film was.
Sure.
And should it be easy?
I'll be curious to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah.
I feel like my top 3 movies, I'm not going to go on too long about, because I don't know if I would necessarily even say like, oh, they're profound works of art. Everybody should be, seeing them. I just personally responded strongly to them, and for reasons that reflect my own experience or my own interests. Number 3 is Dream Scenario, and it's a movie that I feel like only a handful of people think it's would be in their top 5 or whatever. I just like what this movie is about, and like I felt, I know a friend of mine who absolutely hated this movie because it's another portrayal of a narcissist, and like, why would you decide to go that route with this idea of somebody invading their dreams when it could, I don't know, be somebody more likable and somebody more layered and interesting? But I don't know, I was all for, even based on the concept when I found out what this was about, because I'm fascinated by dreams, I'm fascinated by psychology. These are the kind of stories that Charlie Kaufman has told time and time again. And when people dismiss this as Kaufman light, I am not arguing that. I was just fully on board from beginning to end, including the very dark turn it kind of takes when it becomes very jarring for a lot of people, when it becomes sort of more of a treatise on cancel culture and the way the people respond to media saturation, or in this case, dream saturation, nightmare saturation. And I don't know, I think Nicolas Cage gives one of the better performances that he's given in a long time. Not a likable character, not somebody that I would want to hang out with in this situation. And I found the sex scene to be one of the funniest. I mean, that's the hardest I might have laughed all year. Not just the farts, but the post-orgasm face that Nicolas Cage gives is just, I just laughed so hard at that. And I don't know, it's just one of those moments that kind of shows like how we think something is going to happen is not the way it's going to happen in reality. Like the idea of what we've created in our minds or idealized in some way, it's just not going to happen in that way. Like what we experience in our dreams is certainly not possible in reality. And that moment is really indicative of the themes, but then it sort of goes down another road that I think people are torn about, whereas I kind of went with it. I was taken aback by the fact that very similar to what Patrick was talking about, with his screenplay idea for Night Rabbits, my own idea was surrounding this idea of dream influencers. And for the last 15 minutes, I was feeling very uncomfortable. I was like, ooh, wow, this is so close to what I kind of wanted to do at some point. where I had like, an outline written and just kind of went, I want to take the idea of Inception and make it a little like way darker and weirder and more surreal. And just like the idea of an app that takes control of people and manipulates their dreams to where suddenly they're being exploited in different ways. So in essence, I almost wanted the last 15 minutes to be its own movie too, because that was my idea. But I also just found everything about it to be fun and funny and weird and interesting. And I have to admit, I really liked the final moment of this movie. I was surprisingly touched by it, even though I don't know if it fits really with everything else that's going on. I still thought it was really sweet. And I don't know. There's also a monologue that Nicolas Cage gives in front of his computer, where he's just, saying, I didn't even do anything, and I'm being hurt by what's going on in the world. And yet it's like his wife calls him out on it being very selfish of him to present his, feelings in that way. So there's just a lot going on in this movie personally. And I know people who just think it's fine, and that's fine too, but I happen to love Dream Scenario. So that's where I stand. Patrick, tell me about your experience trying to see Dream Scenario, and did you end up seeing Dream Scenario?
Y'all like O. Henry? Check this shit out. All right, it's Gift of the Magi time. I like I said before, I have this AMC Stubbs A-list thing or whatever, and it allows you to buy tickets advance. You don't have to pay an online fee or anything. So I'm like, cool, I'm going to get off work. I'm going to head downtown. I'm going to go see Dream Scenario. Jim says is great. And I reserved my ticket, and something goes wrong, public transportation. I can't make the showing. No big loss. I didn't actually pay for the ticket. Whatever. I'll do it next time. A couple days later, I go, all right, round 2. Let's go. Dream Scenario. It's not going to be in theaters forever. And same thing happens. I get stuck at work longer than I thought was going to happen. I couldn't fucking see Dream Scenario. And I go, I guess fate is trying to tell me not to see Dream Scenario, and who am I to argue against fate? Fine. I get a text from Jim. He goes, you got a surprise coming, and you got a birthday present coming. And I received the birthday present. It was a Blu-ray copy of Fiend by Don Dohler. Thank you so much, Jim. Beautiful gift. I'm a big fan of Night Beast. I can't wait to watch Fiend. Surprise didn't arrive. And I'm like, hey, Jim, what's the surprise? And he's like, it's a surprise. Trust me. I think it should have arrived. Turns out he sent it to my old address. So I started texting with my old landlord, be like, hey, can you tell me who lives in my apartment now? He just gave me her phone number, which is a weird thing to do. Don't do this. Don't contact people and be like, you live where I used to live. Because I felt like I was starting a De Palma movie when I started doing this. I started texting her. She's like, yeah, I just got out of town at 6 a.m. It's somewhere in the vestibule, because I saw it was addressed to my address, but it's not to me. So I'm going to go ahead and, you go ahead and have fun with that. I'm in Minneapolis. And I go, fuck. Okay, cool. I'm going to contact the maintenance guy. And he's like, okay, meet me here at 5:30 and I'll let you in, and then show me your ID and we'll match it with the name on the package, and then I'll give you the package. I go, all right, cool. It is 20 degrees out. It is the first cold day of the year, and I am walking half a mile to my old apartment so I can get this package. Guy does not show up, so I'm waiting outside my old apartment building for 20 minutes, hoping desperately someone walks in and out, and I could just like run in and grab it and run off. Like a creepy package thief, hoping they don't have some kind of Ring camera or whatever. Guy eventually does show up. He lets me in. I get the package. As soon as I pick it up, I'm like, this is a motherfucking screener for Dream Scenario. I know this cardboard sleeve. I look at the cost of shipping, $9.89. Jim, I live 10 minutes away from you. I can walk over and pick it up, but Jim is committed to the surprise. He wanted a magical Christmas moment for me, so he spent nearly $10 shipping this to the wrong address. Here's the O. Henry part that Jim doesn't know. Jim
God.
wanted to surprise me. He was dedicated to the surprise. I wanted to surprise Jim. I had already seen Dream Scenario in the movie theaters. I didn't think it was going to be playing another week. It, in fact, was playing another week. And I said, rather than tell Jim I finally saw it, what if I sprung this on him? And it would be like a fun little thing. Maybe it'll be high up on my list, too, and we'll get to like talk about this. Here's the final twist of this Gift of the Magi scenario. I fucking hate Dream Scenario. This movie sucks.
I love it. I love it so much. This is the best thing ever.
I walked out of that movie in the theater. I'm like, I definitely need to hold on to this and not just text Jim about how his favorite movie of the year is trash. And lo and behold, Jim had already spent $10 shipping this fucking screener to the wrong address. The thing about Charlie Kaufman is Charlie Kaufman has wit, and this movie is really witless. The thing about movies about dreams is dreams give you license to be very imaginative, and the dreams in this movie are really fucking boring, and they are shot in a very uninteresting way. The idea of like a cancel culture parable is like total bullshit because he didn't do anything. Yeah. Nicolas Cage did nothing. That's not anything.
Even in the dreams, he's not doing anything.
There's no relation between the scenario in this movie and cancel culture. There's like, there's no one-to-one. There's no celebrity you can point to and be like, oh yeah, just like Nicolas Cage, people like it just doesn't translate. So it's a bad place to go. The dream influencer thing is really underwritten. There's one great point, which is Kate Berlant. And Kate Berlant's fucking great, and she upstages Nicolas Cage. You go back and watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, she upstages Margot Robbie. Kate Berlant is the reason to watch this movie, but don't watch this movie. It's bad.
So the director of this film will listen to this.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, dude, guess what?
Adding more to this.
Oh no. Let me walk this back. I 100% back up everything I said, but also I'm the guy who almost made a short film and then didn't. Like my little story was like I wrote a little script called Night Rabbits and then someone did it better. So like you're winning. This guy's fine. He can live with it. I thought it was quite bad. I'm glad you like it. It is on my list.
Hate my script if I wrote it. If I ever wrote it,
on my list it is number 77. It is better than The Outwaters, but it's not as good as Joyride.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a normal show if we didn't have some major disagreement, of course.
But specifically that being the punchline
was incredible.
Trying to.
That was just wow.
It was real Gift to the Magi shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's definitely up there with my reveal of an email that we got the last time we did this with Bill.
I guess so. Yeah.
Just like the surprise element of it.
I don't like thinking about that guy anymore.
No, we don't like we're not going to mention his name anymore. No, of course not.
Oh my God, Shane Carruth, my idol. That's me in 2015.
That's a good impression. Bill, you like Dream Scenario a little bit more than Patrick, though.
I did. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought it was fun. I mean, I do think it's kind of like Kaufman-y, but I don't know. I saw it at the Philadelphia Film Festival, and I didn't know anything about it going in other than it was from the director of Sick of Myself, and yeah, I thought it was fine. I mean, I knew you were a big fan of it, and Elric Kane is a big fan of it. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a whole lot to add about it. I mean, I think it was like of the two Kaufman films this year. I thought it was more coherent than Beau is Afraid, but I thought Beau is Afraid took bigger swings and like the highs of that connected more, but it also was like a mess.
Oh, it's a mess, but I love the first hour. Beau is Afraid,
but yeah, and too long, and but it has scenes that I'm like, okay, well, there's things here that are interesting. It just doesn't kind of add up.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, a lot of people have felt that way, but I don't know. Yeah, I just felt differently. Sue me, world.
Better than Beau is Afraid. I'll say it right now.
All right, that's what I want to hear.
What's this dude's name? What's this dude's name? Christopher Borgley.
Christopher Borgley.
Christopher. Listen, buddy.
I don't know if he's. I really don't know if he's.
I said some harsh things about your movie, but that's nothing compared to some of the shit I've said about Ari Aster in the past, and will continue to say in the future. Christopher, you're better than Ari Aster. That's all. You can take that to the bank. Put it on the poster of your next movie.
Yeah, well, guess who happened to have been a producer on Dream Scenario?
No, I did notice that, but like, whatever. What does producer mean?
Yeah, just gave him some money. Be like, here, make your movie. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Thank you, Ari Aster, for introducing me to people who made the movie. You get a producer credit. I don't know. Thank you, Ari Aster, for doing something other than writing a trash screenplay. You're saving us all a lot of heartache. If he could move into producing full time, that would really.
You should watch Christopher's other movie. Maybe you'll like it more.
I really wanted to, but it wasn't streaming anywhere. I was ready.
Weird.
I was ready to fork over, $6.99 or whatever to Amazon to rent it, but I just had no way of watching Sick of Myself. I was really excited to, and from the description, it sounds like
I think you'd like it more.
I would really like it more than Dream Scenario.
Yeah,
so.
A lot of people do, including Bill.
Yeah, wouldn't be hard.
Yeah. Oh man, this is just. Oh, this hurts. You might have to give me a bit of that cookie.
Whatever. I'm a fucking douche with a podcast, Christopher. You can take it.
Yeah.
That podcast being 96 Greers, the film podcast where we tackle every feature film with Judy Greer in the cast.
You realize I'm going to edit all the 96 Greers plugs out.
You're not going to edit shit. That's the only consolation I have. You're going to have this on the feed.
Now that I know your thoughts on Dream Scenario, I just might surprise you. What number are we on? What's happening?
Number 3?
Yes, for you.
So my number 3 is Asteroid City.
Oh, cool.
This is one of the only ones on my list that is like definitely like a tourist, checking in with someone I've followed their work for a long time, and I thought it was interesting to kind of fit it in that larger context. I don't know. I think I went into this with low expectations because a friend of mine really hated it when it played at Cannes, and so I was like, okay, well maybe this will be, not one I'll necessarily connect with, or maybe it'll be one I struggle to enjoy. But I think, I don't know, watching it, I felt like it was like a quieter film than his other films. Like it felt like there was a lot of whimsical humor, but it felt like almost kind of like cracking jokes at a wake. Like it just felt like there was like a heavy-heartedness to it that, I mean, a lot of his films have that. I mean, the one it reminds me most of is the Royal Tenenbaums, at least the movie star heavy kind of color story within the story. I mean, the surrounding material like that takes us into the writer's process, and the things that deal in the theater world that are black and white don't feel like that. But the one fiction in the center of it feels kind of like a return to that feel for me. I mean, so much of it, like down to the like the widower and the kind of gruff father figure, and like there's so much that seems like the early films of his, but kind of like this kind of meta component is something I don't really associate with him. It felt like all of his films feel like combining different elements from the previous films with like some new ingredients. I mean, this has like the precocious kid element of Moonrise Kingdom. It has the kind of inventor element, like the, there's so much that kind of resonates with all of the other films. I mean, even French Dispatch, but I don't find it like, it doesn't feel like self-referential. Like there's no callbacks to the other films. Like it's not like a Kevin Smith kind of thing, what he does. Like it doesn't feel like, they all feel like they're meant to be sincere standalone films. It just like, he just has certain things he reincorporates. But I don't know. I think it's just like the way he handles that courtship between the Schwartzman and Scarlett Johansson characters, I found kind of touching. I mean, I do find it funnier than, I mean, I know humor is subjective. I don't know if it's as funny as some like Grand Budapest Hotel, but I do think there's some funny lines in it. I mean, it's usually like just the inappropriate things people say. That's kind of the jokes I find funny with this stuff. I mean, it gets a little cute, but not in a way that like feels like I don't know, like the Roald Dahl shorts almost kind of walk a fine line with me as far as the preciousness of them. This one feels like I don't know what it is. It is something I just kind of, I think the melancholy of it I really like. I mean, I always kind of like that about his stuff anyway. I mean, that's the thing I always feel like the Wes Anderson parodies never quite get, is like, I don't like them because of how the frame is arranged to be all quirky. Like, I like how they're sad. And I think that this is one of the ones that feels kind of most directly tapping into that. So that's kind of what I like in his stuff. And I it was a nice surprise. And it also, I mean, looks quite beautiful. I mean, I think what I thought of for a long time was Howard Hawks movies, like the Westerns, like the films like El Dorado, or even Hatari, like things like, where just like, there is a plot, but it's just kind of an excuse to get a bunch of people like in one location that's totally artificial to hang out and like fall in love or make wry comments and drink martinis. And that's a lion's share of the center of it. But yeah, no, I think what Jason Schwartzman does is kind of the most interesting use of him as an actor. And I you know, so it's fun to see like new actors try to find their way into his work. I always am amazed that he gets such sweet performances from such difficult actors as Edward Norton and Adrian Brody. Like they just seem like quite content, and I only hear horror stories about how they are to work with. But you know, and I like Matt Dillon, and you know, I thought it was fun to have a Day Trippers reunion with Hope Davis and Liev Schreiber, like just like basic, like, you know, surface level kind of things. But like, yeah, I mean, as a thing to return to, because I feel like all of his films, even the ones I don't like initially, seem to get some kind of depth when I go back to them. And this one, I don't know, like maybe it's just because it feels like almost self-consciously elegiac. I can't tell like how it will age for me, but I think of the two times I've seen it, it's only gotten better for me on a rewatch. So it feels like one I will probably return to more often than some of his films post Grand Budapest Hotel. Like it feels, yeah, I mean, it's, and this year, as far as like, you know, auteur kind of things, like it was kind of a wasteland for me. So this one, you know, I do kind of, am a card carrying auteurist, so I had to have at least one like that on my list.
Yeah, I like this movie a lot.
My number 2 is When You Left Me on That Boulevard by Kayla Abuda Galang. This is a short film. It won the Grand Jury Prize at Sundance for best dramatic short, I believe.
Oh.
They have a separate category for documentary. I saw a program of Sundance shorts at the Gene Siskel, and this was the final one. And it is like, as an aside, like we gotta fucking figure out a way to get short films available, because I want everyone to see this, and it's just nowhere. And the problem is, you make these short films and they play festivals, and then they're like, actually, what we want to do is we want to tuck them away because we want to develop on them and make them a feature, and we don't want them out there muddying the waters or anything. So Kayla Abuda Galang is working on a feature not adaptation of this, but like on her profile, whoever her agent who wrote this is, talks about 2 features that she's developing, and one of them, it says, is 0607, a coming-of-age comedy set in the mid-2000s Southeast San Diego, which sounds to me like a feature-length sort of expansion of this short. But, like, if the writing world can... You know, there's a thing called, like, the Kindle single, which is, like, writers will write short stories and sell them for 99 cents on Kindle, and their audiences will buy them. And like, we gotta figure out a way for people to like make money off of short films so they're available, because I want people to see this shit. It's so good. And maybe the feature, maybe 0607 is going to be great too. But I remember a previous Sundance Shorts series I saw, one of the short films was a little thing called Whiplash by Damien Chazelle. And that I was absolutely enamored with. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I could show you Whiplash. It's not streaming online, but it's so good. And then when the feature was announced, I'm like, oh, holy shit, there's going to be a whole Whiplash feature-length film. And then I saw it, and I went, this is not as good as the short film. It's a good... Whiplash is good, but it's not as good as the short. The expansion is unnecessary, so that might be the same here. But at any rate, When I Left You on That Boulevard is like 17 minutes long. It says right here, 13 minutes long. It is Thanksgiving in San Diego. It is this sort of shy girl and her massive family who have all gathered into this one house to celebrate Thanksgiving. It's a Filipino Thanksgiving, so there's interesting details in that or whatever. But really, the thing it captures more than anything is the feeling of being overwhelmed in a family gathering where you like everyone is just like so excited to see each other and they're so loud and so boisterous and everything, and you are sort of like shrinking into the furniture. She goes out with her cousins and she smokes weed, and she's not used to smoking weed, and she gets too high, and she takes a phone call from this boy that she kind of likes, and it's like not until she's high that she realizes that this boy is kind of trouble. There's a lot. It's just packed with really gorgeous details that are like period details of like them sitting and playing the PlayStation 2 and they're playing Tekken or something like that. And like there's the first shot where you see the one person's white husband, and it's like the only white face in the entire movie is like, that's just like a very funny, like there's just stories upon stories about like how these aunts are relating to each other and who the cousins are and who this girl is. And it's all told in these just like well-observed details and images and flashes and moments. And I was absolutely fucking in love with it. And for most of the year, it was my favorite film of the year. And I hope Kayla Abuda-Galang goes on to make more work and do features and stuff. The one thing of hers that is available online is this short she made called Learning Tagalong with Kayla. That is amusing, but it's like it's just not on the same level. It's more of like almost like a YouTube sketch comedy sort of a thing. It's fine, but it's just like When You Left Me on That Boulevard, it's expressive and it's joyful and it's fun and it's emotional and it's like just really, really detail oriented, and I was absolutely fucking in love with it. So When You Left Me on That Boulevard, if someday it pops up on a Vimeo or a YouTube or a Daily Motion or whatever, like watch that shit. It's fucking great. Maybe it'll be a special feature on a Blu-ray of 0607 when that movie gets made, if that movie is in fact an expansion of this, which I don't know, but I loved it. So I apologize for telling you all about the movie you can't see.
I hate it when that happens. I hate it when that happens. I hate it when that happens.
I liked my number 2 choice, and I won't talk about it too much as I'm getting sleepy. It's called You Can Live Forever from Canadian writer-director Sarah Watts and Mark Slutsky. This is one of 2 movies from this year at the top of my list that probably have made it this high for very personal reasons, I would say, in that they're similar, and I feel like I've experienced what these characters have experienced at that particular place, at that particular time. The growing up and experiencing first love and intense attraction and desire all factor into both of my movies, really. But no, the 2 leads in this they really they just stood out as being some of the best, more naturalistic performers I've seen. And they slowly developed this romantic connection that felt very real to me. And one of my earliest relationships that I had around the time in the mid-90s, her family was devoutly Christian to the point of her feeling and saying to me that God may not want us to be together. And I talked to him about this, and there was just a lot of, and the family itself, like when I came to dinner one night, they all, prayed and everything. And of course I participated in and everything. And then they talked to me a lot about what do I believe. And I felt very uncomfortable, and I was like struggling to, be on the right level with everybody and get along with everybody, and compromising some of my beliefs in that moment, just because I wanted to be in a relationship, because I hadn't really been in one. And this all happened around the same time that this movie takes place, to the point of remembering when we made out in the backseat of a car to the same Breeders song. So I think a lot of it is just very personal, and me remembering certain things about my past. And it just really, I found this delicate balance. And like we talked about already, it doesn't turn religious faith into something inherently evil, quote unquote. Because this is just, it's just, we see it as a force that is set on keeping our, star-crossed lovers apart, but there's just a sense of community built around it that you understand why they're so connected to it. And it's just a great queer love story that I just personally think is special, and I want people to see it, and that's why it's my number 2. It's
for
great.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely worth checking out.
Thank you.
My number 2 is The Iron Claw by Sean Durkin.
Oh wow! That's on my. I need to see it. I'm gonna catch up with it soon.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I love Sean Durkin. Love wrestling. Did not get a chance to see it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I went into it not knowing anything about it, other than that it was the Sean Durkin film that had just come out with a wrestling theme. That's all I knew about it, and I don't know anything about the Von Erich brothers going into it. I don't know anything about the cast. So I don't know how this plays if you know the actors. Like, I didn't recognize a person that I've seen in lots of films before, or not a lot, but I've seen, there was people in it that I had seen that I didn't recognize them. And then the plot, I don't know if this is like a really well-known family story. I feel like, my friend who went with me, like, she knew the whole story, and like it actually was even kind of lightened compared to the real tragedy of the story. But for me, I think I just went into it, and I don't really have any feeling about wrestling either. I just went into it just curious because it was the director of The Nest and Martha, Marcy May Marlene, and I heard maybe some critical buzz about it, but I think I just liked it because it's a downbeat Americana film. Like, it's got the thing that reminded me most of was At Close Range, the film.
Oh, really?
The Christopher Walken story of like this unyielding kind of father figure, and just a series of tragedies that ensue because of this character. I mean, I feel like it's the kind of story you probably have seen told before, as far as the impossible patriarch and their desire to live vicariously through the successes of their children kind of just breaks everybody apart. Like, it's not like a story that is unique, but I guess it's something that resonates with a lot of people, because I feel like there is kind of just a very relatable soap opera aspect to it. I don't know. It was just something that kind of struck me, like, watching it with no real expectations, and I just was reminded of what I felt like it's kind of what I always hoped James Gray would pull off, as far as like this kind of like slow burn period set kind of brooding drama of real power. But I don't know. I mean, I don't want to oversell it, but I mean, I was really knocked out by it. So that's my number 2.
All right. I look forward to catching up with it for sure.
So my number 1 is Jawan, which is the first Indian action movie I ever saw. Again, I have this AMC pass. I was like, what is playing this afternoon? Oh, I guess I could try this out. I've like seen 2 Bollywood movies in my life, and it's, let's try it out. People liked RRR. Maybe there's something to Indian action. I was wholly unprepared for a movie. Like, we talked about how film critics, and I think in the same tact, cinephiles maybe overvalue the novelty of surprise, and maybe overvalue like movies that deliver something they aren't expecting. And Jawan is a movie that is 2 hours and 40 minutes long, and at least every 5 minutes something happens that totally fucking surprises me. It is extremely synthetic. It is extremely tacky. It changes frame rates, and like it's very maximalist. Like it feels like Speed Racer, like Wachowski's meets Michael Bay. Meets, it is still a musical. There's like 5 musical numbers. I really like the first musical number comes in around like 47 minutes or whatever. I remember thinking like, Jim, because I told Jim about it, and Jim's like, I'll give it a shot. I don't think it might be my thing. And you were just like, immediately, you were like, this is really off-putting to me. And I was like, just watch through the opening part of the movie until you see the musical number. I was going to text that to you. And then I realized it's 47 minutes is what I considered the introduction of this movie. There are so many nested flashbacks and backstories and twist upon twists. And it is all built around this actor, Shah Rukh Khan. Shah Rukh Khan is maybe the biggest actor in Bollywood, which puts him in the running for the biggest film star in the world. He is a very strange presence. He has been a star for a long time, so he's kind of got that Tom Cruise thing where he's clearly in his like early 50s, but he's playing characters as if he's in his late 30s. Everything about this movie is about his ego. It is about him being like the greatest, most passionate, most skilled fighter, most heartwarming, sentimental guy. Like it is like an astounding work of ego. He didn't direct the film. Lee is the name of the director, but like the movie is all about Shah Rukh Khan and how great Shah Rukh Khan is, in a way that a Tom Cruise movie is all about how great Tom Cruise is. And the whiplash between like really like hardcore misery porn, kind of like poverty stuff, and then that goes into like really, really silly Edgar Wright comedy, and then that goes into like really absurdly violent action, and then that goes into like these sequences that are like these political polemics where they're like talking about the corruption in India, and it is this really aggressive movie about all of the ways that the elected officials of India are failing the people, but it's also extremely nationalistic. And also at the very end, it has this like moment where Shah Rukh Khan takes off all his makeup and looks directly into the camera and goes, "What y'all got to do is vote harder," which is like, it's so absurd. And it's like the most like weak neoliberal bullshit sort of like political statement, but it's delivered as if it's the end of a Spike Lee movie. It is maximalist cinema, and I was just floored by everything. And I do kind of like everything. There's a weird like True Lies style romance where the chief detective who's in charge of tracking him down because he runs this terrorist cell that's full of these women in this prison that he's the warden of, but it's like the happiest prison in the world, but it's still a prison, which is good. Like the politics of this movie are fucking all over the place. I had so much fucking fun. And is this the best Indian action movie? Couldn't say. I'm not an expert. I haven't even seen RRR yet. But like this was my introduction, and so it will permanently have a very special place in my heart. And every subsequent one I watched, like Baganth Kasari, or I probably might be mispronouncing that. I think it was like my number 12 or my number 11 or something. The Tollywood action film, like. That one is a little bit close to how crazy this is. And then there's another movie with Shah Rukh Khan called Pathan, which feels like if the MCU had no superheroes in it. It's like a Michael Bay movie MCU thing, but also like Looney Tunes. That movie's bizarre. I really enjoyed that one, Pathan. Donkey is a weird one because it's like a culture clash comedy that also turns into Rambo for 15 minutes. It is an approach to filmmaking that I find extremely appealing. And this was my introduction to that approach. And it has become a new obsession. And, 5 years from now, after I have seen, 50 Indian action movies, I might look back at Jawan and be like, actually, that's kind of mid. It's really not that good. But the excitement I felt in the movie theater and the idea that excitement sustained itself for 2 hours and 40 minutes straight, like nonstop, something happens that I'm like, what the fuck is this now? Why is Bane in this movie? And he has a pet leopard on a leash. I adore Jawan. I recommend everyone check it out. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's fine. But like, you might find a new obsession. So Jawan is my number one movie of the year. Highly personal, subjective take there, but I fucking loved it. And I know you didn't watch it, Jim. You
not in its entirety.
How far did you end up getting?
The train sequence.
Okay, so the very beginning of the movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
That was the other funny thing is when the movie started and it becomes this weird Taking of the Pelham 1, 2, 3 thing. I was like, oh, so it's like a weird Bollywood remake of Taking of the Pelham 1, 2, 3, and it's like, motherfucker, that is one of a dozen movies. It is.
I don't know if my brain can handle it.
That's fine. That's again, I don't necessarily need to convince anyone to love it. I just do want to convince people to give it a shot because it is wholly unlike anything you're going to get out of America.
Yeah, I saw the director's cut. It's a little shy of it's 2 hours and 49 minutes. So I don't know if that's the longest cut or
I saw it in theaters and then I did watch that director's cut on Netflix. I could not detect the difference. So there might be an additional scene. It wouldn't surprise me if I didn't pick up on additional scene, but it's more or less the same movie.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I knew that you were a fan of it, and I enjoy hearing your
me too. I enjoyed
your
that
love
a lot.
for it. More that it wasn't. I don't know how to say. I think aesthetically, it's just, what do you call it when action just suddenly moves into slow motion? Is that bullet time?
That's a speed ramping, like the 300 Zack Snyder thing. Yeah.
I can't get into that.
Yeah, that style I don't really care for, and it's like all over this action.
And most Indian cinema, or I can't say most Indian cinema, most of the Indian action films that I have seen, the action is heavily built around that speed ramping. And it does annoy me in a movie that is expecting me to take it seriously. Like a 300, it's like very corny, like Watchmen, like a lot of those Zack Snyder movies. Zack Snyder takes himself very seriously, and the speed ramping is silly. In this context, I love it. Yeah, but no, yeah, I get you. I get it. It's not for everybody, that's for sure. But someone out there who hears this has Netflix and is going to give it a shot. And what they're going to see in the first 10 minutes is a random fight scene in a village where a horse on fire runs past the camera for no reason.
Yeah, that was cool.
And that might fucking sell them on it. Who could say?
Yeah.
No, it's not timid filmmaking for sure.
Yeah.
And also and I do think the way it is in conflict with itself is part of, like, I love watching it, but I also find it a fascinating object.
Maybe I was watching it with the wrong spirit because I think I was trying to make sense of its arguments politically.
No, that is a bad time because this movie is all like utterly bizarre. And yeah, again, it's just like the idea of like, actually, it's good these women are in prison. Even though they all have backstories that show they don't belong there, they all improve themselves and are better, and everyone's happy in prison. It's the happiest prison there is. Just fucking bizarre. But
it sounds bizarre.
Anyway, that's my number one, Juwan. Jim, what's your number one?
It's Falcon Lake.
It sure is.
You know, I can't help it. It just... Ugh. I love this movie. And I guess... the more and more I explore Canadian cinema, French Canadian cinema, movies from Quebec, I kind of go, maybe this could be my new obsession. I don't know, something that as I'm watching it, it just felt like, I know this world, I know these people, they're an extension of my own experience, but also just the way the story is being told is really unique to me. And there's no necessarily I could just out here's my thesis on why this type of filmmaking works for me. It just does. Yeah. And I'm hoping I can actually sit down and maybe watch other movies and sort of see why it happens. I mean, we did a whole episode on Guy Madden, and I just obviously that's a very different approach to filmmaking than something like Falcon Lake, but still, it just really moved me. It kind of haunted me. It made me cry. It made me cringe. It made me happy. It captured my own experience of spending a summer on a lake with my family in a rented cabin in Michigan at a resort where I could just walk around freely, swim, ride on, do some water surfing, or, this was around the age of 11 or 12. I can't remember, but I started to just, my thoughts and interests were drifting elsewhere, and sitting, at breakfast one morning, there was this, long-haired brunette that was very close to my age. She might have been like a couple years older, but at the same time, I would be thinking about her late at night as opposed to like, oh, I can't wait to go out and do things and play sports or hang out with the kids and figure things. I just was thinking about her, and this movie really captured a lot of what we did together. We weren't drinking together, doing those types of things at all, but it just felt like looking through a photo album at times, and then just some of the things that they say to one another felt real. Like, again, kind of like an All the Real Girls situation for me, where it was just like, oh, I've said that, or I've done that, or that was very close to my first experience with physical intimacy, even if it's just the two of us lying in bed together and, just talking about how we feel and what our biggest fears are and things like that. So really, it was just a reflection and extension of my own personal experiences in a way that kind of does bring to mind something like the myth of the American sleepover, where adolescence felt like this time of possibility, but anxiety.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what these feelings are, and I don't know how to deal with them, and I'm probably going to be a jerk about them.
And there's seemingly no resolution. Every single time he gets close to her, those fucking older boys show up, and it's like, oh, I'm just a fucking little kid again.
Yeah, exactly. And that happened. That really did happen. Like, there were guys that were cooler and closer to her age, and just that would. I understand. I understand why that happened. I understand why she was drawn to them more. But yeah, there's like,
or even just like the resentment of like, they have been there multiple summers together, and like they have this like shared history that you're not a part of, and they start talking about the shared history in front of you, and it's like they're slamming a door shut on your face. Like, this movie gets that so well, that like, just like, no, we were connecting, and now you're pulling her away from me. Like,
I know, and I get so angry.
It's like it really captures. So one of the most moving concepts of the movie, I actually am not going to go into because I don't want to spoil it. But don't. It's deceptively straightforward. But like, yeah, it's really well observed and
beautiful. It's a beautiful movie. Great score, great cinematography from I believe a first-time director, Charlotte LeBon. I think the only other thing she did was a short, and it's very different. Her short is I can't remember the name of it, but it's very Yorgos Lanthimos. So, but this is a very different type of film for her, and I hope she continues to make great movies, because I love Falcon Lake with all my heart. It's my favorite movie of the year. The end. Bye.
It is a great movie.
Yeah.
And my number one is The Sweet East, directed by Sean Price Williams.
I really want to see this.
Written by Nick Pinkerton, the film critic and author. And it's this strange black comedy road movie starring Talia Ryder, who plays the friend in Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always. I think it's the only thing I've ever seen her from. Yeah. She talks and looks so much like Winona Ryder that I still don't quite understand how they're not related at all, but they're not related at all. But it's just a film that unfolds in a really surprising way. I mean, I don't want to spoil any of the gags, but it's a film that kind of like it conveys the spirit of someone who's excited to be making a film without the promise of ever being able to make another one. So it tries a lot of things out. Like, it has that kind of spirit. It is dealing, without giving too much into plot, is dealing with political extremes, and it's satirizing different extreme groups of political ideology. As she moves further up the coast, she gets in these different adventures. It's kind of, I guess you could compare it to some of the other films we're talking about as far as like narcissism or actors or people acting kind of cruelly in self-interested ways. It's also dealing with some of the, I mean, I don't want to spoil any of the plot stuff, but because you haven't seen it, and it's a film that I knew nothing about going into it. And, it was just a series of pleasant surprises. I guess I don't know if I should say that I've had some interaction with the people that made it, but I wouldn't say like it's, like I'm friends with them and that's why I like it so much. I think it was just that I thought it was funny, and this again return to the notion of surprise, like just a lot of surprises to it. It seems to have gotten like some mixed responses from critics, and I can't tell if that's because Nick Pinkerton comes from their world and it's like some kind of weird issue there, or if it's just the fact that it's, I mean, what Patrick was saying about Nobody's Hero and how it's playing around with ideas that like maybe in like the depiction of like say like Muslims, or something that's like, not all Muslims are terrorists, but like we can play with this idea. Like, I don't know if it's just some of the ideas like of the characters that are, I think compared to 90s films, like Todd Solondz films, I could think The Sweet East is not remotely a controversial type film, but I mean, maybe I'm just jaded with that kind of stuff, but I don't know. It feels like it's got some spark to it as far as like the ideas it's playing with, but it's not edgelordy or like needlessly kind of like contrarian. I think it's smart. I mean, it's a smartly written film. Great performances. I don't know. I mean, it's one that I think it's going to have more availability in this year, so maybe more people will be seeing it and talking about it. I've seen it twice in the theater, but it seems to have been kind of like moving around the country. So I don't know when it's coming to Chicago, but yeah, I'll be curious to hear what you think of it. I think you'll definitely have things to say, but you'll either really like it or really hate it. It's probably not the kind of film that you would have a wishy-washy feeling about.
I like movies like that. All right.
Yeah.
The Sweet East.
Yep.
Good times.
Yep.
Well, that's funny because the director did what he was the DP on Good Time, and
there we
go. Queen of Earth, our favorite movie.
Oh,
that's
no!
Right. Queen of Earth is really the best film of 2023 and every year.
Hey, people love that movie.
You know what?
2015. That was the last time we all did this.
People
together.
loved Hitler.
Wow.
What is that's ridiculous.
I can't wait for the Pavement documentary coming out by Alex Ross Perry. Patrick will be first in line.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
My least favorite 90s band as covered by my not least favorite. I don't know.
Oh man.
Not for me.
I don't know.
Not for me.
Maybe we should bring some edibles. They'll calm me down. Maybe you'll enjoy it.
I don't think that's going to improve Stephen Malkmus's guitar playing.
Ouch.
Yeah. Oh, man. So many great Silver Jew songs just fucking ruined.
Oh, wait. No. I meant no. You're wrong.
I'll just say that I could have easily said A Fire, All of Us Strangers, Close Your Eyes, Evil Does Not Exist, Here, Hitman, Killers of the Flower Moon, Orlando, My Political Biography, Safe Place, and Youth, Spring were all films that I like just as much as anything I had on the list. I honored the 25 film rule.
Other films that I really loved were Perfect Days, Sick of Myself, Priscilla, Barbie, All of Us Strangers, Godzilla -1, John Wick Chapter 4, The Boy and the Heron, Fallen Leaves, Rye Lane, You Hurt My Feelings.
I think people should watch the worst ones.
What?
The worst ones. It's a French film that came out this year.
Oh, I thought you meant the worst movies.
I thought you were like, Cocaine Bear. And,
yeah.
What is?
If you, I think the worst ones in May, December would be a very interesting pairing.
Oh.
In terms of the worst ones, the pitch of it is sort of like a what if a Ken Loach is respected, and I think the director, the character of the director in the worst ones is not necessarily of Ken Loach status, but like, what if someone was like, I'm really going to depict what it's like in lower class France, and I'm going to go out into the tenements and the the apartment complex and all that. I'm going to cast the real kids who would do it, and I'm going to make them play out their real story, and it is not like a raucous, like State and Maine kind of satire of the film industry, but it is a very smart and funny look at the sort of distorting effect of the film industry on people's real lives. And if you are interested in movies about people making movies and movies about trying to depict something and the fictionalizing that goes on with that, like The Worst Ones was a really good movie that I didn't see a lot of people's lists.
Gosh, I got to write down a lot of titles for the both of you to watch at some point in the future.
Sure.
Yeah. I hope other people do too, and I hope other people really enjoyed this episode.
I hope people enjoy 96 Greers, the podcast where we cover every feature film with Judy Greer in the cast. Have you seen Elizabethtown? You haven't seen Elizabethtown with us. We have some things to fucking say about Elizabethtown.
But we talked about Elizabethtown.
I know, and that was an early Directors Club episode.
The very
and
first.
Therefore, no one should listen to it.
I disagree, because you just never know what you can find in those old episodes.
That's how I know you guys.
Yeah.
Probably us saying offensive shit that we shouldn't be saying.
You are absolutely right.
Yeah.
There are examples of that in the De Palma episode, the very first De Palma episode.
I bet.
Yeah. Matt Gamble loves the R word.
Don't listen to old episodes of Directors Club. That's still the rule.
They are still downloading them, and I can confirm.
No, I know. It's a problem. You keep telling me about this fucking Tarkovsky episode people are listening to. They shouldn't. It's bad. We did a bad job. Me and
Maybe
Bill.
they love it.
Maybe they listen to it and they go, oh, good, we shouldn't listen anymore. I'm just saying, floating 3-year window, whatever the current date is, subtract 3 years, that is the cutoff point. And
now I gotta find out what that is.
Yeah, and then as we go on, we'll keep cutting out the old episodes, and they get appropriately embarrassing. In 3 years, we can cut this one out of the feed.
No,
I'm looking forward to it.
No, I like us, even when we're flawed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for having my flawed self on, Jim.
Where can people find you, Patrick?
You can find me on Instagram and Blue Sky at Uptown Song Club, and you can find me hosting 96 Greers, which is some podcast that you've never heard of.
Yeah. It's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. How about you, Bill?
I don't know.
That's my feelings right now. It's like, I don't know either.
I'll tell you one way not to get Bill's work. Do not order the limited edition version of Messiah of Evil from Deep Discount, because those fuckers still haven't sent me my Blu-ray. And I don't know who to contact to figure that out.
Damn it.
I don't know. That sucks, though. It's... We'll talk offline about it.
Don't worry about it.
It's all good.
I'm just saying, Bill Ackerman does a great job doing commentary tracks.
He sure does.
You should check out from Fun City Edition's Natural Enemies.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Really fascinating movie. Hal Holbrook giving a stirring performance, and Bill Ackerman doing a great job on the commentary track. There's something that's a play. And Jim is holding up the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. One day I will have a 4K player and I can enjoy it too.
Love it. Love this.
Right now it's just on my shelf looking pretty.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
So there you go. Where do you find Bill on your local boutique Blu-ray label?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
We'll find him. We'll find you. We'll find you. But yeah, you'll be back. Patrick will be back. Mm-hmm. I'll be back. Mm-hmm. And enjoy the Directors Club podcast by visiting directorsclubpodcast.com. Send me an email, directorsclubpodcast@gmail.com.
Stop monkeying with those wires, Jim. You're
right. I just felt like the need to start playing with something.
Gotta do something else. We're gonna die at the end. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, Patrick,
everybody.
why don't you do the outro? Just for old time's sake.
What is really important is that we together share our love of this art form, and we understand that every time we think we have a grapple on what the possibilities of the medium are, the medium will prove us wrong. And there are more worlds for you to discover. Maybe it's Indian action, maybe it's late period Wim Wenders movies, but what you need to do is start chasing that and realize that the world is so much bigger than you think it is. Get off the Criterion channel, get off whatever A24 is promoting, whatever. Like, find your fucking lane and get fascinated. And I think our wide, diverse titles that we have listed as our 25 favorite of the year are proof that the movies that everyone's talking about, the awards contenders, boo, are just scratching the surface of what is possible. So go out and love cinema, just like me, on 96 Greers, a podcast where we cover every feature film with Judy Greer in the title. Thank you for having me, Jim.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And maybe you can join me on an adventure to Quebec someday. Or you can, check out a bunch of great films from, I'm just going to promote Canada. That's all I'm going to do from this point on. Just be like, go to Canada, watch their movies. They seem like really nice people. I really like the guy from Blackberry. He's really cool. I interviewed him. He was very nice.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I know, right? Thank you, everybody. Bye. We're done. We're done with that.
We're
It's
done.
over. It's over.